Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Right, I want to make an announcement regarding my charity. I'm holding an event at Dewsbury Town Hall on the 29th of this month, and the theme is Bollywood. So it's for my two charities, and I would like you members to support my charities. I know there's only a couple of weeks, but please, try your best. The tickets will be on sale from the mayor's office, or you can directly contact me via email. So I would like to see, you guys there. It'll be nice to see that, it's supported by members. Thank you.
Can I make an announcement, members? I think this will be one that you're familiar with. It's Budget Council this evening, so I want to remind you of the restrictions applying to voting under Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, which is set out in the report. But essentially, you're reminded that if you are in arrears by 2 or more months in relation to council tax payments, you need to disclose that to the meeting as soon as practicable, and you may not vote on the matter in front of us this evening, but you can speak on it. So if anybody needs to make that declaration, can they make it now? Okay.
Thank you, Jackie. Are there any apologies? Councillor Smith. Thank you. Councillor Sokol.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, apologies from Councillor Mahmood Akhtar, who had to fly to Pakistan. His brother passed away this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3, I move that the minutes of the meeting of the council held on 15th January 2019 be approved as a correct record. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you. Show of hands, please. That's carried. Thank you. Item 4, a list of granted dispensations has been tabled. Members who have any other interest should declare their interest now. Are there any interest to declare?
Mayor, can I add another person to the list of dispensations granted? We had an application from Councillor Paula Davies, and she has now granted a dispensation pursuant to our arrangements. So you should amend the list which is in front of you to add that member. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jackie. Can I remind any members who have declared any interest to complete the form and submit to the clerk by the end of the meeting? Item 5, Budget 2020-2023. Can I remind members that the movers of an amendment will have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the cabinet motion, or for a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. 4 amendments to the motion have been received. All of the speakers, be their group leader or not, will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with the council procedure rules. In accordance with the council procedure rule 19.7, any decision taken in relation to the budget, including amendments, shall be done by recorded vote. After the consultation with group leader, I have agreed to apply Council Procedure Rule 18.12 regarding the process for the consideration of the motion and amendments. Members are able to speak once on the cabinet motion and one on more occasion on one of the 4 submitted amendments. During speeches, members may make references to the contents of the motion or any of the publicized amendment at any point during the debate. If you wish to speak, please press your button once. Your microphone will turn green and then will become red. When it is your turn to speak, please do not press the button again at this stage. A copy of a flow chart setting out this process has been placed on your tables. I will now invite Councillor Pando to present the motion of Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, before I start, I'd just like to thank the staff who actually pulled all the stops out over the weekend when we saw Storm Sierra wreaking havoc across the country. And I also would like to say thank you to all the councillors who actually, in their wards, worked really, really hard. And I think it was just fitting at this occasion to actually mention the hard work that's gone in. Mr. Mayor, this year's budget, it's actually building on what we built on last year. Last few years, we've seen budget speeches not being very, very long. Although I'm not one for big speeches, please indulge with me because this speech may be a bit long. But I think we need to celebrate as a council the amount of work that we are doing and the investment that we are making in this council. So hopefully I will resonate and hopefully win arguments over from the other parties. But before I start, Mr. Mayor, the context and the challenges we face must not be forgotten. Many of you will know that we are the 3rd largest metropolitan authority in the country. And many of you will also know that that doesn't then materialise into the resources that we actually have to spend. We're the 7th worst funded authority in the country. And part of it is because of how we have set our council tax base. Because if we don't take the maximum base in future years, we will not be able to get that base into our base budget. And on top of that, we also know what's happened in the last 10 years. I'm pleased to say that the Prime Minister has actually made a commitment before the election that he will put the North back on the map. And now is the time to put your money, Mr. Prime Minister, where your mouth is. Because he's very keen to make sure that we actually level up. And part of that levelling up means that we will get the resources we need in this country. And the deal we get from government isn't a fair deal, and we all need to actually argue across the chamber to actually make sure that we actually do make sure that we actually get our resources. The PR stunt is over. Now it's time for real challenges, and we on our side across the region are doing our bit to make sure that that does take place. I'm one of the many leaders in the North who actually continuously argue the case to actually make sure that we actually can't go on like this. We can't continue with the funds that we've got, and we can't deliver the services our residents need to make sure that we do actually get a fair deal for our local communities. The level of cuts have been challenging. Basically, every pound we used to get from government grant, we've lost 60 pence. Over the last 10 years, that equates to £200 million, which is a completely big blow to our base budget. So I say to the Prime Minister once again, start investing in the North, and we will love to actually spend the money in our communities, because a better deal from government means a better deal for everybody. One thing, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to promise is I will never let Kirklees residents down, and I will always, despite what happened nationally and irrespective of whichever government is in power, argue the case for Kirklees. The budget is full of ambitions, and you'll hear my colleagues use the word ambition throughout the budget. It's a visionary budget, it's a budget of hope, and the key thing, we can deliver the budget. It's a budget where communities, our residents and councillors can be proud of, and basically this is the heart of what it means. From volunteers that work in our communities, that open libraries and take the spare time, from community groups who actually go out there, roll the sleeves up and muck in and do the best of their communities, and councillors like you who actually are leaders in your local communities, and there's some investment that will actually go into making sure that we actually strengthen that. Our strength is our togetherness, and the community that plays part in the borough is part of that togetherness. Despite our differences, there are a lot of things that we share in common. This budget invests in people, and Mr. Mayor, that's what it's all about. It's about people. It's about residents and our communities. It's real ambition of investment to tackle the issues that matter to our residents, getting the things right that we hear and we listen on a daily basis from the people who live and work here, from the families that we actually are here to serve. So the budget, from my point of view, from my group, has three main key elements. First, it's about investing in the place. Over the last 10 years, we have seen the place-based budget being ripped apart, and we're actually now operating at a level that we can't sustain. It's also about tackling climate change. We declared an emergency, and I'll come on to that in a minute. But again, the budget actually has got climate agenda and climate change at its heart. And we also need to continue to invest in developing outstanding children's services. And I say that, the reason why I say that is because we don't really see the benefits of investing in our older, in our children's services. But when things go wrong, which we saw go wrong a few years ago, yeah, we cannot hide, Mr. Mayor. We are then magnified a million times nationally, and we cannot do that. So what we have to do is we cannot stand still. We have to strive to become outstanding. The place that we all represent is a unique place. And local people are best to understand what that means. And the idea is to improve what needs to be done, needs to be driven from the grassroots. And local people are best placed to understand that through the local members. That's why we're developing the new place-based working, which many of you are involved with and doing some sterling work. And community and councillors are at the heart of making sure them changes take place. How council services are delivered and designed will be done from a grassroots level. The strategy will be top-down, but the tactics needs to be bottom-up. We need to actually improve the diverse places that we represent, and there is no better way to do that through the place-based working. Town centres play a huge role. It doesn't matter if you live in the valleys or if you live in North Kirklees or South Kirklees or Denbydale, they matter. And every single person in this room will be proud to represent their place, be it a town or a village. And we need to actually celebrate that and start putting the money in there. We made progress with the Huddersfield Blueprint last year. Last week at this time we launched the Dewsbury Master Plan. We've had thousands of conversations, and in Huddersfield we see schemes getting on the ground and being delivered. The cooperative building that we see on New Street, we'll see student accommodation getting developed there. And there is a lot of work that is taking place behind the scenes. And throughout the year you will see new announcements being made. The Dewsbury Blueprint, a lot of my friends, when I announced the blueprint, said, Shabir, it's just another plan, nothing's going to work. Well, we put our money where our mouth is. We actually bought the arcade on the day of the announcement. That shows that we don't mean business. So these aren't just words, Mr. Bear. These are real plans that will mean something. We engaging with the plans, and local communities and local councils will shape that. Local people are at the heart of what we do. This means that we're going to invest a further £78 million in all our towns and villages. This includes Dewsbury and Huddersfield and all the other places that we're representing here, including Batley, Mr. Mayor, which is my hometown. I keep on getting criticised, but there you are. This means that we will all be able to stand proud and say that we are actually doing things for local people in all our wards, and I hope everybody can contribute. We're also going to be investing £15 million in our roads. For far too long, we've neglected our unclassified roads, and we're going to be putting £15 million in so we can start to actually address the issues that come to us on a daily basis. We're going to have cleaner streets and environment, something that really matters. And again, these areas of work have been completely ripped in terms of the budgets over the last few years. £500,000 will focus on local priorities that will address grot spots, fly tipping, and other local initiatives. And one of my councillors said to me today that, Shabir, if we want to address issues around flood defences and all the rest of it, can we do that? And I said, why not? Yeah, because these are local priorities that will matter to you, and we have got a set of funds to actually do that. Next year, we will put £1 million extra in that budget, and the year after, another £1.5 million. So this is not just a one-off budget, it's actually a 3-year plan, and hopefully we'll develop on that. We're going to be reversing the cuts that we put in library services, totaling £370,000, because we believe to maintain the standards and to maintain the good work the volunteers are doing, we need to keep on making sure that we actually start to invest. So we're going to take that cut out. And residents will shape the place. And the only way residents can actually really place the shape they live in is to actually put value back into what we do as councillors. So on that note, we're going to be putting £300,000 to support councillors do the work they're doing. On climate change, Mr Mayor, there's been a lot of national debate. But just to get things into context, as a nation, we put in 1.1% CO2 emissions at a global level. So the amount we actually are contributing in terms of CO2 emissions is actually literally a very tiny percentage. But having said that, Great Britain, we were the pioneers of the Industrial Revolution. And we then created the whole Industrial Revolution, and the pollution that we see today, that's globally expanded. We can say that, well, actually, we only put 1.1% on, so, you know, we can't take the blame. But, Mr Mayor, that would be very foolish. We led on the Industrial Revolution, so we have to lead on the Green Revolution. We have to take a moral responsibility, and we have to take moral high ground, and I'm sure we will be supported to do that. Extreme weather, heat waves, the rain we saw over the weekend saw communities devastated, and we can't stand by that. We've seen moorland fires over the summer, predictions that are coming out which are all wrong, and the weather is going haywire. So again, we need to start looking at how we can actually make sure that we put our money where our mouth is. You know, we're passionate in this area. We were one of the first local authorities to take a motion through council on climate emergency in January 2019. And last year in November, we actually then came up with a firm set of proposals to actually become carbon neutral by 2038. So to this note, Mr Mayor, £2 million will be invested to create better conditions for local people to recycle waste. £2.4 million electric council vehicles and infrastructure, such as charging points, and incentives to encourage residents and businesses to switch to electric vehicles. £14 million will also be invested in a new heat network in Huddersfield. A feasibility study has already been carried out, and the plan is to actually make sure that we actually produce cheaper energy, and the heat and power that's generated from the waste recycling plant is actually ploughed back into our communities to actually address the CO2 impact. £1.1 million is also going to be allocated to schools, because schools already have a programme under their curriculum to actually talk about climate emergency. We're going to be supporting our schools to actually develop plans that come forward, and we will support them by putting that £1.1 million. £600,000, Mr Mayor, in town centre car parking to address the demand of car parking and car usage to address climate change. And a further £2 million, Mr Mayor, for councillors, schools and communities to develop initiatives that encourage walking, cycling and alternative cars. Not to mention, one of my colleagues actually said, what about trees, Shabir? So what we've done is we actually looked at what the evidence was, and we're going to actually be putting £750,000 so that we can actually start to develop schemes to put in trees in our local areas on top of what we're doing already. Children's services is a key area that we need to actually continue to invest in. And that's why investing in our children's services is investing in our future. The whole idea is not just to become good and outstanding, because once you become good and outstanding means that our systems, our processes, and the assurance that we have in our officers and our staff mean that we actually have got better outcomes for young people, and that's what it's all about, Mr Mayor. So the whole idea is to narrow the gap between the least well-off kids and the kids that we need our help. That's why in early intervention and prevention and families and schools and communities, children need our help. To support this, £170,000 per year will be developed to put money into foster care support, £823,000 for multi-systemic therapy in the council's care system, £484,000 for the next 3 years to develop key practitioner posts that will lead us to that journey to become outstanding and improving the service as a whole. £400,000 per year for domestic abuse services, which will include an element of perpetrator programs. And once again, we need to reverse the cut that we actually put in the budget for early learning support and education support to vulnerable children. £206,000 for virtual schools. This will hopefully start to put in education attainment as an outcome, but we need to actually put more in virtual schools that actually address the most difficult to engage children. On top of our 3 priorities, Mr. Mayor, we must not forget our elderly generation. Many of us in this room, in the next 10-15 years, will need the services that Kirklees provides. And hard-working people need a future where their quality of life is actually at its best. I don't want to be 70, if I live that long, to actually be living in a bed. You know, I want to be at 70, but actually enjoy my quality of life. And that... I might not last that long, or even 80 or 90. But the thing is, what we will do is we will put in an additional £8 million in our adult social care budget to make sure that we look after our elderly population. Mr. Mayor, I hope I can get the support of this chamber, because when you look at the budget and the amendments that have come through, they're really talking about 1 or 2% on the fringes. But I hope you can see the thought and the commitment that's gone in to making sure that this budget actually delivers across the whole piece. I hope that we can actually start to deliver to our communities. And I present this budget to you, Council. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Pando. Is that
16 minutes.
16 minutes?
Ready to speak.
Right, okay. Is that seconded?
Second and reserve the right, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any comments? Councillor McBride?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The leader has reminded us that for the last decade, that for the last decades, council has experienced. Sorry. The leader has reminded us that for the last decade, this council has experienced a 60%, 150 million national funding cut, and that we are the 7th lowest funded council in the country. It's against this backcloth we present a budget of unprecedented investment. Looking at the different opposition amendments, one can only conclude that there is a large measure of consensus regarding that commitment and ambition. Most of these amendments capitalise what is really revenue expenditure and involve borrowing more. The Tories to save marginally on council tax, and the others to create latitude to expand on the themes of our budget to imply insufficient ambition. All of their suggested increases serve only to highlight the distinctive features of the Labour budget. That is to say, huge commitment to regenerate all of our towns and townships, increased investment on unclassified roads, more devolved resources toward councillors, and a massive expansion of investment in the scope and scale of our waste management strategy. Although we have consciously targeted our 2 main towns as the focus for regeneration, we're acutely aware that our borough consists of many other communities, and the people throughout Kirklees take equal pride in their local centres. So the budget also plans investment in all of our towns and villages beyond Huddersfield and Dewsbury, whose vitality and uplift is every bit as important. The amount for each will be sufficient and proportional to enable local councillors to plan and shape improvements in the public realm. Additionally, we're investing further resources in place based working, and the money allocated for school travel plans involves councillors working with their local schools to deliver the most efficient decarbonising solutions. Thus, a significant resource and power is being devolved in this budget to enable councillors to be involved in decision making as local champions. A further priority reflected throughout the budget is the commitment to act on the climate change emergency. Our massive road programme will enhance walking and cycling opportunities. This is an integral part of the A629 Huddersfield to Halifax improvement, the gateway schemes at Leeds Road and Lockwood, and for Cooper Bridge. All projects will include significant greening. For example, the Leeds Road gateway will include 1 additional hectare of green space, and greening will be a major feature of our town improvements. Speeding up traffic movements in all of our main routes using the latest digital technology at the lights will have a massive impact on the reduction of carbon and toxic emissions. Although we can't prescribe the energy efficient standards we'd like to achieve, we'll use our regulatory power to assure all national standards for energy efficiency are applied in planning approvals. Houses planned on council land will feature prefabricated modular energy efficient homes, including many that will be built on site. My colleagues will tell you of the 5 million trees planned for the upper reaches of the Corn, Home and Calder valleys, our huge proposed investment in extended waste recycling, and our own heat and power scheme, praised by the government as a national model in terms of value for money. This is an ambitious, inclusive budget, one sensitive of the need to respond to the challenges of climate change and to deliver major programmes of investment. We'll be equally sensitive to ensure that all of our people are the beneficiaries of this huge investment in our future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proud to speak to the Labour's ambitious investment budget, which has a specific focus on climate change. And I say to you, climate change is everyone's business. And Labour councils up and down the country are leading the way in making their communities cleaner, greener, and tackling the root causes of climate change. Kirklees Council has an ambitious plan to make the borough completely carbon neutral by 2030. And I was told by our officers this morning that our air quality action plan has been accepted by DEFRA, and they praised our collaborative and partnership approach we took to putting that action plan together. And I'd like to thank all our staff. Okay. So this budget supports the vision and will help us to make the difference and show how seriously we are taking this issue of climate change. To further support this, and before any council decisions are made, an environmental impact assessment will be carried out and considered. And as the leader and deputy leader has pointed out, £2 million investment will go into cycling, walking and sustainable travel projects, a recognition of the fact that travel has on our environment. Place lead members will work with ward councillors, schools and local communities to promote green initiatives, such as neighbourhood car sharing, walking to schools, better, cleaner electric buses and trains. A huge investment is needed in public transport, which we can control. So, New air quality monitoring equipment will be used outside schools to gather evidence of the harmful effects waiting vehicles has. Young people will be supported to travel to school in a greener way. A climate change youth summit will be held later this year to make sure that voices of young people are heard. 2.4 million capital investment has gone into electric council fleet, infrastructure and incentives to encourage residents and businesses to change behaviour. It is a big ask and we have to be creative. This investment for electric vehicle charging points will put Kirklees at the forefront nationally. The extra 50 new electric vehicles to our fleet, to the current council fleet of 20 electric and 30 hybrid pool cars and 24 small electric vans. Parking is also going to be free for hybrid and electric vehicles across Kirklees for the first year. So in my budget, when I was working with officers, £750,000 has been put aside to plant more trees, one for every young person in the district, to be planted both in Dewsbury County Park and at Castle Hill Wildwood. And as the leader mentioned, 14.6 has been put into the Huddersfield Heat Network. This scheme would bring sufficiently lower carbon, lower cost heat and power to the town centre and could utilise waste heat from the town's energy from waste plant. The first phase of the network could start as early as 2023. Alongside this, we have put away 33 million capital investment in our waste and 11 million revenue reserve earmarked for transformations to modernise the waste services. Kirklees Climate Commission is also imminent and made up of partners and organisations across the district. A Kirklees Greener Charter will be developed which local people and organisations will be encouraged to sign up to. I have only been able to give you a flavour of what we intend to achieve.
Thank you. Can you wind up now, please? Thank you.
Which this innovative budget I commend to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by saying that there is much to commend in this budget, and I would say that most years, I think, because most of the budget is stuff we don't argue about. There are also some welcome developments in areas such as youth work and domestic abuse, and also some welcome regeneration money for the smaller towns and villages, which I particularly support. However, I would have said that, contrary to Councillor Pandor's comments, there's less ambition and more admission in this particular budget. There seems to be a kind of tacit admission that some of the projects, some of the reviews that the Labour administration kicked off really were doomed to failure and were rather ill thought out. Money has had to be put in to prop up the libraries and the parking budget and this kind of thing, where promised savings will now not be made. Notwithstanding Councillor Pandor's comments, Councillor McBride's comments about funding, it's noticeable that the developments in this budget are possible because of well over £10 million unexpected income from the government this year, in the form of extra grants, in the form of continuation of programmes into subsequent years which were not expected, and the reversal of austerity reductions as you describe them in your budget. And this gives a different feel to the budget this year against those we've endured for the past 4 years, few years. I can remember budgets in days gone by when not only was money secreted away in various innocuous sounding pots throughout the paperwork by the administration at the time, there was even a line in from year to year labelled developments, which was therefore which was unallocated, maybe £2 million or so. And, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To provide some headway to fund either the Cabinet's priorities or even opposition amendments. And this budget also contains little pots of hidden away money, some of which have been spotted by the various amendments which will be moved tonight. Reserves and the MRP position particularly seem very, very fluid, for example. And given the flexibility that we have in the budget this year, I would have liked to see further highways investment in particular. There are two areas in which I find the Labour budget to be particularly unambitious. Firstly, on the subject of reducing emissions, tackling air pollution. The administration has trumpeted much about its climate change emergency, and yet I don't think this is matched in its budget. It seems to, Mr. Pandor seems to have done the minimum he can really to keep the greenest tingers of his group happy. And these are matters now of grave concern to a lot of the residents of this borough. Secondly, the whole issue of efficiency savings and whole council efficiency savings, which have been put in this year at 0.5 million, 1 million, 1.5 million for the next 3 years, which seem exceedingly conservative, I say, with a small c, given that 0.5 million equates to less than 0.2% of the total revenue budget. So that's less than 20p for every £100 that the council spends. And if we are to instil efficiency in every council department, we must set more ambitious targets than a few pennies. It is possible, Mr. Mayor, to deliver better services by finding efficiencies across the council. I don't believe we should be increasing council tax by the maximum allowed every year just to keep reserves and balances high. There is scope for smaller increases, and I'm sure that will be welcomed by the residents, some of which who are still feeling the pinch. Given time and access to all the figures, it should be possible to drive more efficiency.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Leading to better services for residents and a lower council tax. Unfortunately, the Labour Cabinet, the only ones really in a position to do this, seem either unable or unwilling to take on this rather necessary job. So I look forward to the May elections, Mr. Mayor, when I hope they will be deprived of that responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I begin by adding this group's thanks to the staff and members who turned to during the storms over the weekend. I begin by saying when I start looking at council budgets now, I always turn to the sensitivity analysis first. It's a nice little simple thing. You look at it and you see where you've been and you see where you're going. What we do see this year in that sensitivity analysis is the gap has lessened from 40 million in last year's budget to 21 million in the year 22-23. That's predicted. That's the worst range of what the shortfall might be. So while things might change for the better between now and then, there is currently no break-even scenario for that period. It's worth just holding on to that thought. In our corporate risk register, one of the big underlying uncertainties adding to this picture is Brexit and its possible impacts. It hasn't gone away, it's very far from being done. Figures released yesterday show that due to slumps in the pound and uncertainty at key Brexit dates last year, the economic quarter was stagnant with no growth whatsoever. This is highlighted specifically in the register as likely to hit business rates and house building, and so in turn council tax and new homes bonus for as long as that bonus is with us. In short, the lifeblood of the council is at stake when we talk about Brexit and its impact. The link between this and the motion is obvious. Labour are planning to borrow an awful lot of money this year and next, to start the delivery of the blueprint and other projects. If the economy tanks for a while or goes into full recession, our ability to service that debt is impacted severely. I understand at the moment that the borrowing outline still only represents under 10% of our total revenue spend, which is why this group felt comfortable about borrowing in our own amendment. I know there'll be a watching brief on that particular dynamic, but basic services are the backbone of the council and we mustn't take our eye off that ball. We know that Labour have put some of that borrowed money into highways,
mainly for resurfacing unclassified roads. Well, that kind of investment, to say that is something we've added to in our own amendment.
that we've added to in our own amendment. Let me catch up. I asked at the start of the budget season how much it would cost to bring the worst 30% of our unclassified roads back up to a good standard. The answer was in excess of £63 million. £63 million. That's a third of it. That's not even all of it. So what we're seeing here is a bit of a fig leaf, really. We're adding to that money in the first year to try and accelerate the effect of the investment, but there has to be a national response to unclassified roads unless all our lovely new electric vehicles are going to be 4x4 trucks. It is good to see money going into young people's services, but the fact that the money was completely stripped out in the first place still staggers me and saddens me. Like other decisions made by Labour at the time, it was short-sighted. It was a short-sighted measure, short on strategic thinking, and goes against everything that I think we should be about as a council. These are part of the basics that we need to get right if we want to be trusted by the residents of the future. The fact that our strategic comms budget is more than what we spend on engaging young people speaks volumes about some of Labour's decisions. I know it is in the peer review, but it didn't say go out and spend a ton of cash on comms. It said tell your story. You can do that without spending a ton of cash. It's nice to see Labour taking on board our suggestion of 2017.
30 seconds.
When we suggested putting 960,000 back into library services. I hope that the volunteers don't get left out in the cold. Last year I did start asking about, are we done, Mr. Mayor? Because I can put this in my following. Winding up. So last year I started talking about questions of officers about how adequate our drainage system were in the borough. A lot of our gullies are pre-Victorian and many are in a very bad state. It seems to me that we should have something going forward in our budget proposals that says, let's address that, let's review that, and let's make sure that they're adequate for what seems like a worsening scenario. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your indulgence.
Thank you. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the...
Am I there? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the budget proposals. This is the most ambitious, forward-thinking and progressive budget that's been presented in my time as an elected member. I welcome the investment in adult social care. However, it's important to note that the pressures continue. More of us are living longer, but in poorer health, and more people are living with complex conditions which mean they need some level of support, and this demand will keep growing. Over the next 5 years in Kirklees, the number of people over the age of 85 is forecasted to increase by 17%. Demand for publicly funded adult social care is likely to continue to increase faster than the amount of money available to spend on it. To continue providing the same quality of care over the next 5 years, the government will need to spend over 11% more than it did in the last financial year. And in real terms, we are still £1 billion nationally behind in terms of funding from 2010 and 11.
Our elderly people who have worked hard all their lives deserve a good quality of life in their old age, and this Conservative government is failing them. The Conservative government has yet to set out long-term funding plans for social care. The Conservatives repeatedly neglected promises to come up with a solution to the challenge of how we pay for growing adult social care needs. A funding green paper promised nearly 2 years ago has been postponed several times. Instead, the Conservative government is placing the burden of their duties on residents via council tax increases. £500 million of the £1.5 billion the Tories pledged for adult social care is being raised by the council tax social care precept. If we don't apply the 2% social care council tax precept, we won't have access to the £1 billion of promised funding. We are in effect being held to ransom. The Tory government is placing the burden of care for the elderly on council taxpayers. Labour is the only party that cares about our elderly and disabled. We are committed to providing the best care and support possible to ensure our residents have a decent quality of life. This is a budget which balances the books without drawing down on any unplanned reserves this year. Our good financial management over the last few years means we're building on a solid foundations and are able to invest. The budget invests in our services and bolsters our plans to regenerate our borough. Thank you.
Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to say a few words, really, and just in respect of libraries. We acknowledge going forward that 370,000 is assured to maintain the existing library offer, but there have been cuts to the service in the past, impacting on opening hours, leading to the closure of libraries in some areas and volunteer-run models in others. In many communities, libraries are an essential asset that provide many more services than simply lending books. It is only right and equitable, therefore, that volunteer libraries do not lose out, and we want to make sure that this funding is spread evenly across all such libraries. Thank you.
Councillor Loki.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, we're being asked to approve a budget that continues to increase council tax by the maximum amount. This would mean residents paying 25% more on their council tax bills than they were 5 years ago, a bill increase of £243 for a Band A household over that time. When our residents have already had to endure council tax hikes well above inflation, alongside reductions in local services, government should be providing some relief and increasing central grants so that council tax can be frozen. But when government fails to do so, it falls on us to intervene and limit the squeeze on our residents. A smaller increase to council tax can still support the necessary investment in our communities, our infrastructure and our services, especially if we strike a better balance between Huddersfield and the rest of our towns and villages. But instead, this Kirklees Labour administration continues to squeeze our residents and hike council tax above inflation, blindly following the limits set by a Conservative government. The administration has admitted that this budget would not bring our damaged road network back up to an acceptable standard. That certainly couldn't be accomplished in just 1 or 2 years. But local Labour leaders lament how our roads and our public transport are underfunded, yet they themselves have constantly pleaded with government to write a blank cheque for HS2, a project that will never reach Kirklees and will only reach Leeds by around 2040, at a likely cost of over £100 billion. Labour asked the government for this enormous project when the investment could have instead transformed the journeys that our residents make every day. A budget that does not meet local transport needs following this predilection for HS2 cannot be justified. Finally, on Dewsbury regeneration, all announcements are welcome. But recent announcements feel somewhat premature when this budget does not secure funding for vast swathes of the Dewsbury blueprint. Dewsbury has been handed several master plans over the years, and a lot of trust has been lost when these have not been completed. It is right to show ambition, but we must ensure we are clear about what is happening and what we want to happen. The last thing we want in Dewsbury is another false dawn, and residents will only believe these promises when they see them followed through. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to congratulate you, first of all, on writing an excellent budget. But what I always found in 45 years of work is that it's easy enough to write something, but it's very difficult to improve attitudes and behaviour to fulfil and exceed expectations. So good luck. One part of the budget that I wanted to cover was the tackling of climate change. On page 135, you mentioned that Kirklees Modern Waste Service is, quote, a less well-achieved authority on recycling. In fact, what we've done is gone from the greenest to the dirtiest borough in just 10 years. We had a 6-point plan back in the 2000s. 2010, we stopped waste initiatives, cut back on green bins and decided to incinerate most of the recycling. In 2012, we should have been renegotiating contracts but didn't, and now 2023 is looming and done very little. So it goes back to the attitude and behaviour. I had a quote that I used to use quite a lot, which is the only way to coast is downhill. And what we're doing, as Alec mentioned, was we're expecting the most out of our residents by hiking council tax to the maximum, but what we're really offering them is the minimum. 24% of recycling, and our closest neighbour, East Yorkshire, East Riding, recycles 65%. This last year, we were 334th out of 345 in recycling. And we were in the top 10 only 11, 12 years ago. But on page 44, this is why we must take climate change seriously. Really? And before anybody goes into the austerity alert, the 333 councils above us in recycling had austerity as well, but we still managed to slip over 300 in that table in just over 10 years. And what I noticed by the number one council in recycling that managed to achieve 65%, and I don't know whether there's any relevance here, but there wasn't one Labour councillor on the council there. It was predominantly Green, Independent, Lib Dems, and Conservative, probably just a coincidence. Then the next thing is reference to trees, £750,000. The challenge that I've got with £750,000 on planting trees is, one is you put a whip in and it's over 20 years before that tree is a full carbon sink. So what we're doing is we're planning well in advance, but what we're also doing is taking mature trees down. In one site in Batley, to build a two-storey dwelling. What we've done is we've taken out 30 plus mature trees that the council officers valued at £234,000. That's just on one site in Batley. And then, as I've mentioned before in council about the up to 7 acres of trees that we're deciding to take out of Bradley. All mature trees, all trees that we've planted over the decades, at least 30, 40 years old. But what we're going to do is plant £750,000 worth of whips that are going to be useless for us for 20, 25 years. So the carbon budget. Residents are encouraged to go electric vehicle. But the first thing that we do is when we put electric points in for residents in car parks, we make 50% of them taxi only. And that residents can be prosecuted by parking the car there and charging. So the real meaningful declaration, 11 acres of land. So if we are serious, what I wanted to point out is that in this
30
borough,
seconds.
we've got 11,000 acres of land that's just used for animal feed. What we should be doing is committing to no tree felling whatsoever. We shouldn't change the use of land anymore. And when we go on about flooding, flooding is caused by building on floodplains. It's a natural source for water to go. But all we hear from council is, then it's a risk worth taking. Well, really, it isn't.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start off by saying councils are supposed to be at the councils are supposed to be at the heart of the council, but often it feels like we're at the end of the chain being pulled. I'm sorry the budget did not give councillors more responsibility of spending in their wards. The independent amendment and the Conservative amendment did want to devolve money to members so they could spend money in their wards on resources to benefit their residents. I also like the idea of the Liberals and the Conservatives both have come up with the idea of taking bulk waste collections and having the council go back to the idea of collecting bulk waste instead of depending on having residents to pay for that bulk collection. So I'm sorry we couldn't come to some arrangement, because it's also some of the amendments had some good ideas, but we just couldn't get together to put them through. It's unfortunate that. I'll try to be positive about the budget, as Mark started off being positive. The ending of the PFI contract on the waste contract ought to give an opportunity to look at what Kirklees recycles. We ought to make it clear what we can recycle, as at the moment we only recycle 4 things, and as I've been berated by residents today, we should be recycling more. But in actual fact, we should be looking, should there be a national standard on what is recycled? That's what we should be aiming for. At the moment, each council depends on its own devices. I think there should be a national standard. I think that's what we should be aiming for. But the investment of £33 million seems wise. We also look forward to a better youth service. Almonbury has lots of people wanting to deliver youth services, but the premises, ironically, don't exist. We have a school with fields and facilities at Almonbury Community School, but alas, being a PFI school, it limits its use. I welcome no more hits to the library service, but there is a problem recruiting volunteers, particularly in Almonbury, and that was due to the forced move of the library. But I have to admit that the new library as a community hub does work. I can't deny that. I can't deny that. Like others, I hope the extra resources put into roads will mean better road services, the holes being repaired. Too often I report potholes and there is nothing done. I've gone back to the same pothole 3 times, taken photographs, sent it in, nothing happens. Great shame. I welcome the fund for vulnerable adults. Last week I visited the homestead in Almonbury, and we were told that the building there would be demolished and a new daycare centre put in its place. I agree that as it is now, the building is not fit for use. So the extra £3 million investment in that area is really welcome. As we all know, we're trying to encourage people to live at home, and the respite care given by places like the homestead will be invaluable. So I welcome that investment in Almonbury, certainly. I hope that the transport funding mentioned would resolve problems with bus service, particularly in Almonbury. That's funny enough. There are services in the area which have reduced services. The one service in Lepton is only every 2 hours now, and there's one in Almonbury, which is a large population, which is 1 hour, and it's got elder residents who do not get the service they deserve. Although I agree, it is a West Yorkshire initiative. Pardon? As a member of the adoption panel in Leeds, I welcome the commitment to Kirklees reducing external residential placement. West Yorkshire's pool resources for adoption. And it might
30 seconds.
It might be in future we'll look to use the same pooling service as fostering services because it seems to work really well. So I applaud the resources put into fostering. I believe provision for King James's School is to expand what has been made to make up for the closure of Omonbury Community School. Parents are asking for a little more clarity. Generally, there's nothing there in the budget I can put my hands on and say, yes, that's going to happen.
Thank you very much. Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Idle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon. I would like to speak to the Labour budget, and I would like to ask, are there any funding for the Freetown bus? Because I'm going to drone on about this Freetown bus again. It is important, it really is important, to bring people into the area and to stop people being housebound and isolated. Without it, our elderly residents and people with mobility problems like me would find great difficulty shopping in Huddersfield and spending Robert's money. So I hope that this vital service will be kept running. PM Boris Johnson has announced recently a £5 billion bus service for bus services, so I hope Labour will take some of that money and keep the bus service running. I also noticed in the Labour budget of green initiatives. I hope that amongst these will be a restoration of the glass collection, which is sorely missed. Without transport, many people are not able to access a visit to the bottle bank, and there is a lack of these facilities in my own ward of Golka. Bringing this back would be extremely popular. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I want to thank Eamon and his team for all of their work that they've put in to bring the budget together with the administration. And I want to extend our thanks to all of our officers, because the budget is about everything that we do. It's about making sure that our staff have the resources they need to give our residents the best service that we can. And I'm proud to be supporting this budget. It's an ambitious budget by an ambitious administration. It's built on a solid foundation of good financial management in difficult times. It invests in every part of our borough and delivers on our key priorities, making sure that we continue our improvement journey in children's services, supporting our fantastic library volunteers and investing in our roads, taking local steps on the climate emergency and rebuilding our corporate capacity and making sure that we can respond to residents more quickly and more effectively, providing the best social care and mental health services that we can whilst government falters, and delivering ambitious regeneration across the borough, including at least £10 million for regeneration and greening in our smaller towns and villages. This isn't the ceiling of our ambitions, this is only the beginning of a period of renewal for Kirklees. I'd just like to briefly acknowledge something that David, Councillor Hall, made in his remarks. If we're really generous about how we look at what's in the revenue element of the budget, if I'm really generous, we could say that there's £9 million more than we were expecting from central government, but that's not to say that there is £9 million more to spend from central government, because our budget gap was £14 million. Most of the money that we have to put in services in this budget is what we're asking our residents and businesses to step in to fund, whilst we don't have a fair funding formula. That's £2 million in our council tax base growth, business rates inflation, £5 million, council tax uplift, and the adult social care precepts, £8 million. So it's not the government that's helping us out, it's our businesses and our residents. Austerity isn't over, colleagues. In the first few meetings after I joined the council, I remember us being treated to the elegant tones of Councillor Hall. Sadly, we haven't had a song from him for quite a while. Well, we haven't had one for quite... I really enjoyed it, David, so I'd like to suggest another one for you. It's called Bills, Bills, Bills by Destiny's Child. It's a song described by Time Out magazine as an unapologetic screw you to shady men who don't pay their way. Now, I think there's a chance they wrote that about Boris Johnson, and I'm not talking about the fact he doesn't know how many kids he's got. I'm talking about the fact that Boris and his general election candidates wrote cheques to our areas like ours that don't seem to be worth the tabloid paper that they were written on. I really hope they prove me wrong, and I implore our Conservative MPs to make sure that they follow through on the pledges they made at the general election. Fund the North properly, fund Kirklees properly. But whatever they do, whether they do that or not, we will be here doing everything we can to invest in our borough and deliver a radical transformation that our borough needs and that our residents deserve. Thank you, colleagues.
Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to focus on youth services and that particular part of the budget. The administration is committed to investing £600,000 per year in youth services and tackling antisocial behaviour, in particular focusing on knife and gang crime. High quality youth work has been proven time and time again to help vulnerable people escape the clutches of gangs, so it is pleasing to see the funding restored. Although I think you would agree it should never have been cut in the first place from these vital services, because since then we have seen the escalation in knife crime, gang crime and other issues around young people in Kirklees. And that's disappointing when you think we could have done an awful lot more sooner, but it was an easy target, so I'm glad you've seen sense. So why doesn't it say anything about positive engagement with young people? It's all very negative and nothing about preventative work and positive engagement with young people, which is vital. Youth work is a highly effective approach for supporting personal and social development, the process by which we learn from our experiences and develop the skills and competences to enable us to become more effective in our decisions and relationships and develop the social functional capital necessary to empower young people. Through this process, the outcomes and successes we all want to see for young people can be realised. Youth work is a distinctive practice sitting alongside formal education, parenting, family and the wider community in providing the teaching, learning and development young people need to make successful transitions to adulthood. In supporting such successful and safe transitions, youth work confronts some of the key challenges that we face, including learning, the need to develop a wider, more inclusive learning and development offer that addresses the breadth of experience and opportunities young people need to flourish, providing structures to recognise that and to encourage lifelong learning. The changing nature of employment, for example, employability skills such as customer service awareness, self-management and problem solving. Although overall attainment gaps are narrowing and grades improving, a persistent group of those are still not in employment, education or training, which indicates that a gap and a lot of young people are being left behind. The focus on family and community to help young people find an active and responsible role and place within the community, offering security, fulfilment and strong interpersonal relationships with family, local communities and other citizens in order to support a connective and associate society. We need to work with teachers, social workers and the NHS to help police reduce violence. Through positive engagements, which we are lacking, is where we can make a huge difference in positive work with young people. So instead of reacting at the late stages, throwing money into schools, saying we'll deal with knife crime, we'll deal with the gang culture that exists, that won't solve the long-term problems that persist and will happen long-term in Kirklees. Young people will have the support and need the support and opportunities they deserve through meaningful engagement and investment, more than this pitiful excuse of an attempt to deal with issues. And our community will be stronger and people will feel safer as a result.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I acknowledge that there are things to be welcomed in the budget, particularly the additional investment in adult and children's services. I also echo the sentiments of some of the other councillors in respect of the unfair burden which is being placed on council taxpayers by the injustice of a funding formula for local councils, which results in the council having to make these very challenging decisions just to maintain basic services, and also results in perverse situations where we have, for example, a 10-bedroom housing in Westminster with a council tax bill of £1,500, and a 3-bedroom semi-detached house in Kirklees with a council tax of about £1,540. Something has to change. The government talks about the end of austerity and levelling up, yet only a few days ago the Chancellor was calling for a 5% cut across all departments. So without a serious look at the way councils' services and adult services are funded, and we need more progressive measures rather than regressive council tax to fund some of these services. I just want to pick up briefly on the leader's opening statement about the climate emergency. And he mentioned that the UK only contribute about 1% to global greenhouse emissions. As far as I'm concerned, this is irrelevant. We should see green initiatives as an opportunity to lead the way. We can set the global gold standard for excellence and prove it can be done and gain first mover advantage in the emerging green economy. An investment in the climate change emergency is an investment in our futures, our children's futures, and an opportunity for us to develop the local economy as well. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
So there's a real sense of déjà vu listening to the Labour motion. Was it 2 years ago when Kirklees Council had one electric vehicle? I remember putting our proposal forward to up it to 127. And I was told by Councillor Khan that they were going to have a 300% increase in the number of electric vehicles. 3. So I look at that and think, well, you know, that's great. It's good that 2 years hence, Green Party initiatives that we put forward are now being taken on by the Labour Council. And it was interesting to hear that electric vehicles will soon be able to park free in Kirklees. Well, I've got a bit of news for you. They can already, because Councillor Lee Richards has parked her electric vehicle with her parking pass for electric vehicles today, just round the corner. And that was the result of a Green Party initiative, crikey, it's about 10 years ago now. So if you've got an electric vehicle, as Councillor Lee Richards has, you can do it already. So it's not actually a new initiative at all. You may remember 1 year ago, we came forward with a very detailed proposal. We'd worked with officers on increasing tree cover, and we asked them to give us the most ambitious plan that they possibly could with tree cover. And we put that forward, and of course the Labour group voted against it. And now it's part of the Labour group's initiative. So though there are things that we put forward today that you'll probably vote against, you'll probably come up with them in 2 or 3 years' time. So you know, I'm hopeful. I'm always hopeful. Carbon budgeting, an amazing proposal that's come from actually having a carbon budget. Yeah, it's happened before, 2008 to 2010, Green Party initiative put forward before the council, and when the Environment Unit was abolished, it disappeared. So these are not new things. Do not think that Kirklees is somehow or other become the forefront of this area. And what's been happening recently? Well, one thing that's been happening recently was this week at the Mauna Loa Observatory. They said that we globally had got the highest carbon emissions that we've ever had in the atmosphere, and it continues to rise. And so the action that's currently being taken is not having the impact that we need. And so when last week Councillor Pandor votes to support, through West Yorkshire Combined Authority, the expansion of Leeds Bradford Airport, I look at that and think, well, you know, are we being completely negated in the actions that we're taking here by the support for air transport that we're doing? And they say, oh, you'll get to the airport more sustainably. It's like the Diet Coke with the burger and fries. It's not going to make any difference, I'm afraid. So there's a lot of stuff going on there, and I think one of the things that I was pleased to hear was that apparently we're going to be zero carbon by 2030. Apparently, that's great. The actual figures 2030 carbon neutral by 2030. The actual date is 2038, but I'm glad it's been brought forward by Councillor Mather by 8 years, and I'll hold her to it. So that's good. So our budget today, our budget amendment is all about the built environment. So when it's proposed, please support it. I think it's a good thing to do. But as I've known from the past, from seeing how people have voted on our amendments in the past, I know that arguments, I know that reasoning, I know that putting forward evidence does not always work when we're dealing with putting things forward. So I expect you to vote against our amendment today, Labour Group. But we've got these chocolates. Now, I'm not saying that you get a chocolate if you vote for our amendment, but they're here, and so there are 30, and you know it's of course I'm not, you know, it's not treating.
Come on, calm down, everybody.
Chocolates. So they're Thorntons. They're local. So
you got 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
So yes, please vote for our amendment. It will make a lot of sense. It's going to be brilliantly proposed by my colleague. And yeah, there are chocolates here if you want them.
Thank you.
Oh, no, do the vote and then we'll see.
Come on, guys. We're doing okay, so can you just keep quiet? When somebody's up talking, it's really important. It's budget today. So it's really important that let that person speak. And you know, when you're all talking away, it's a bit rude, I think. So you need to give that person respect. So it's Councillor Walker, sorry. Councillor Walker.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that little technical hitch. Right, I welcome the proposed budget as a clear statement of the Council's ambition for Kirklees. Over the last 10 years, councils such as Kirklees have had to bear the brunt of government policies to reduce public spending. It's a testimony to our good financial management that we're still in a position to begin a process of much needed investment in the borough. I'm pleased that the budget includes an extra £15 million investment in our unclassified roads. This investment will just begin to tackle the problems caused by years of underfunding. I do agree with the point made earlier by Councillor Lawson that this is just scratching the surface, that we will need at least a further £63 million of central government funding if we're going to be required to restore the roads to a reasonable condition. This extra spending is going to be linked to a greater emphasis on a place-based approach to allocating the funding, which hopefully will involve working more closely with councillors. There will be a further £2 million investment in cycling, walking and other sustainable travel projects. This will be very much place-based and will be led by lead members. We will continue to argue strongly on a regional and national level for the much needed investment in our public transport provision. The decline in our services are due to the chronic underfunding by central government, and this lack of funding, especially in the north of England, has made it virtually impossible to bring about the modal shift that the climate change emergency response requires. I do await with great interest to see the details of the recent announcements made by the government. My immediate view is that for places like Kirklees, it's going to be too little, too late. This budget heralds a very significant boost to investment in greening our urban and rural landscapes. The extra £750,000 for 2 major tree planting projects in both north and south of the borough is just the tip of the iceberg. We're investing in more specialist staffing in both the biodiversity and woodland creation and management areas of council staffing.
Kirklees is also very much geographically and organisationally at the centre of the White Rose Forest initiative. This partnership will lead the project to increase our tree cover in Kirklees by at least 30%. Closely linked to this and beyond the budget process, we've made very significant progress in the last 3 or 4 years in establishing a groundbreaking Our Future Landscapes partnership, which seeks to transform the moorland areas in southwest Kirklees. This will be launched in March with the strategy that is now complete by 2 public events led by Kirklees and other partner organisations in Holmfirth and in Marsden. And I certainly would welcome councillors in those wards. You'll be getting an invite to go along and have a look at what's happening and get involved. There are councillors already who have been involved in the process of putting these ideas together. There will also be the extra £9.5 million spent on our play areas. This will be linked to significant greening of parks, particularly in urban areas. Just looking at the other things that are happening in terms of tree planting, this is going to contribute to global warming, but it also potentially is going to make a significant contribution to tackle other issues. The investment that we're making in Huddersfield and Dewsbury and our other towns is also extremely significant. I think a major feature of this is going to be our extra spending, redeveloping and relaunching our markets and strengthening our cultural assets. To conclude, this is an ambitious budget that will help to tackle the climate change emergency.
The time's up. Thank you very much.
And other things as well.
Thank you. Councillor Pattison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I too am very pleased to support our ambitious budget this year. And thanks to prudent budgeting brought about, of course, by austerity, and even though we still need to save another £5 million this coming year, we have been able to review the services that we provide and how we provide them, ensuring more stability, consistency and effectiveness in those services. We've reviewed the decisions that we made in the past, and yes, we did make some mistakes, but we've learned. And where we now find out that they were not the best decisions, we are revisiting those. And in particular, I'm pleased to be able to reinvest in and support our young people. It was so painful to see the previous cuts made in the youth service, and particularly painful for those who relied on the service for support and, of course, employment. I am keen to realise the outcomes that the extra £600,000 investment in the youth services will make. And I wish it was more, Councillor Burke, I wish it was. Last summer, we were able to temporarily fund detached youth workers, and we really saw a difference in the lives of young people and, of course, the communities that we live in as a result. Crime and antisocial social behaviour reduced dramatically over those months, as it also did over the Christmas period, when again we invested in additional support and resources in our town centres. Crime reduced over the Christmas period by 75%. Similarly, it is heartening to be able to make a more positive investment in the resources that support the work that we do in the area of domestic abuse. The support we give to victims of domestic abuse, those affected by domestic abuse and perpetrators of domestic abuse, should not be viewed as a Cinderella service. Domestic abuse affects far too many people, and as part of our strategy for early intervention and prevention, giving the best start in life to children, we must place a priority on this service and not expect it to exist on handouts and successful bidding activity. It has to be part of our mainstream budget. So I'm pleased that we're able to support victims of domestic abuse by adding £400,000 to our budget. And continuing the theme of ensuring children are given the best start in life, we are prioritising early years support and work with schools, and have also prioritise the work of the virtual school to help ensure that looked after children are able to make the most out of their education in line with all school students. We are tackling knife crime in conjunction with the police via the Violence Reduction Unit and other initiatives established by the police and other. And yes, Councillor Hall, the government may have given us £10 million extra. But just to demonstrate how well we have done to include all these initiatives in our budget, the sharp-eyed amongst you will have noted a deficit in high needs funding of about 6.1 million. This has come about as a result of the government changing the legal responsibilities that we have for those with high needs. So it's extended from the ages of 0 to 25. That, of course, is to be welcomed, but there was never any funding till this year to follow this. This year they've actually given us 5.5 million to support that, but we've overspent by 11.5 million on it. So that 10 million goes nowhere, and we've only got half of what we need for high needs. So, just to say again, I'm really pleased to support this ambitious and innovative budget, despite all the trials and tribulations that have been flung at us by the government over the years.
Thank you. I'm going to close the list now. So if anybody wants to press that button now, if they want to speak. Otherwise, we'll be closing the list. I think there's been quite a few members contributing to the debate. So, Councillor O'Donovan.
Thank you. That's a long list to follow. Can I just start by asking just to see the chocolates, briefly? Could you just hold the box up for me, Councillor Cooper? Would that be okay? Can I just...
Is it tempting? There's a nut of prayer collection. Yeah, it's...
It's actually quite ironic that we talk about climate change, for those that have looked into climate change, yet we're presented with a box of chocolates that aren't plant-based and actually come from dairy cattle, when there are numerous, and I come from a vegan household, there are numerous plant-based chocolates available on the market. It demonstrates to me quite a lack of understanding about climate change in general. If they were plant-based, I'd certainly be coming over there. Can I ask, toffee, if it's plant-based, okay, if it's dairy, no thank you.
Come on, we're having a meeting, budget meeting here, not talking about chocolates, I'm diabetic.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The carbon footprint from dairy farming is significant. If you Google it and you look at the research, it's significant. It's significant. What can people tell me about Mick Sullivan, Betty Boothroyd, Wallace Hartley, Eileen Fenton, Musarat Pervez, Eric Firth, all from Dewsbury. Good people from Dewsbury. Kathy Scott, Mumtaz Hussain, Masood Ahmed, Nosheen Abdul Massif, and anybody else from Dewsbury, and myself. What this... I'm still working on it, Councillor, still working on it. What this budget displays to me is this commitment to the regeneration of Dewsbury Town Centre that's been going on for a long time. This is the most significant funding we've seen in Dewsbury for the last 10 years. And I've heard some people question the integrity of it. Is it really there? Is it all ours? Is it going to come? Well, I'm filled with confidence to know that this is our money and this is coming to Dewsbury. And you know, the people of Dewsbury are with us on this, because some of the people in this room were at the Dewsbury Blueprint launch last week, filled with, again, people from Dewsbury committed to seeing the best for Dewsbury. And you don't have to look at Dewsbury romantically if you don't want to. If you're from Dewsbury, you look at it romantically as well. You have to look at it as a major town, and hence a major potential investment town as well. And something that this council should be investing in. We should be investing in its bricks and mortar, in its lighting, in its infrastructure, in its highways. So this is not just Labour councillors sorting ourselves out in Dewsbury. This is about this administration developing and investing in the town of Dewsbury for the people that live there, our residents and our customers as well. So I absolutely welcome this budget. There's a number of things on there, but I did want to just mention Dewsbury specifically. We'll see transformation of our open spaces, of our market, of our civic buildings, of our lighting, to the benches, to the bins. And we welcome it, and we're going to stick with it over the next few years, and we're going to see this work through. Thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, this budget is all about investing in our people within Kirklees. It's about making a difference in every single part of Kirklees. It's an inclusive budget. Labour's achieving this through sound financial management, but also with a very ambitious vision. And there's a clear commitment to all of our residents. However, I'd like to focus on one particular area that's already been mentioned, and that's children and young people. A group of people who've been severely impacted by austerity since 2010. So the commitment to investing in our young people and children is extremely welcome. The 6 million that we're seeing for the high needs education, the 600,000 for youth services, and the 400,000 for domestic abuse. As we know, the impact from that 400,000 will be much wider in terms of the various cases where we have 70% of child protection cases impacted by this factor of domestic abuse. So, since 2010, many of our children and young people have been literally deserted by the governments of this land, both the Coalition and the Tories. These are children who bear no responsibility for economic decisions, for economic difficulties, and yet they've borne the brunt, as many as the parents, and particularly women, have borne the brunt of austerity decisions. It's a tragedy because many of these, not tens, not hundreds, not thousands, many, many more, their life chances have been impacted, and they sit in communities with very little hope. And I have to say, unfortunately, many of those communities at this moment still see no hope. So I echo what other members have said. I really do hope this government meets its promises and starts to bring money back to where money is needed, not to people who believe they should have more because they pay more. That is not what we should be doing. So I'm proud to support this budget. I'm proud to support a Labour administration that's doing its very best to help mitigate the impact of these cuts, not just on this group of people, but for all residents across Kirklees.
Councillor Kaushik.
I rise to speak in support of this ambitious Labour group budget. £15 million is to be spent on minor roads. This Labour budget has a massive £15 million investment in the main towns of Huddersfield and Dewsbury over the next 10 years, including resources from central government and West Yorkshire. £4 million over 2 years in other townships and villages throughout the borough, enabling local councillors to decide priorities. £2 million for local travel and greenery initiative working with schools and ward councillors. An additional library capacities of £0.4 million. Also outstanding children's service of £3.3 million. 5 million trees are being planted in upper reaches of the Colne, Home and Calder valleys, a West Yorkshire programme funded by the 5 West Yorkshire authorities. School travel plans are to be funded and supported. All major road schemes will include significant greenery and will enhance walking and cycling alongside public transport and refurbish of bus station in Kirklees.
The Huddersfield Master Plan, launched in June last year, is a £250 million investment. This year, work will start on a £4 million refurbished at Cross Church, a £5 million walking and cycling link between the bus station and the railway station, a £5 million improvement to New Street, a housing scheme above the Co-op building, and next year, the Leeds Road Gateway will see an £8 million scheme to improve junction along its 2-kilometre corridor. In Dewsbury Town, the Learning Quarter building opened after an investment of £5 million. The station forecourt saw major improvement completed after a £5 million investment, while the Pioneer House will see a £20 million refurbishment and open as a major college site. The council budget, the major arcade leading to the market, and is committed to a new market refurbishment scheme costing £10 million. The final 25% of town bidding for the town fund is £25 million. The Transforming City Fund bid for £18.5 million for the Dewsbury Town Centre and a bid of £14.5 million for the link from Bradford to Dewsbury. And yet more investment is to follow. Are the Tory group members aware of the Conservatives' so-called fair funding review? Under this review, the Conservative plan is to take hundreds of millions from deprived communities and funnel it towards leafy Tory shires. In the new Parliament, 37 Tory MPs represent communities at the sharp end of these cuts. They know these changes are wrong. So it's the time for them to decide what comes first, their communities or their careers. New figures published by the Conservatives-led LGA reveal metropolitan boroughs are set to lose almost £300 million in social care funding under the government's proposed new funding formula, of which £250 million will be diverted to shire counties under the Tories' proposed new funding formula. So, Mr. Mayor, I would advise the Tory group members in this council chamber, rather than criticizing the Labour budget group, they should instead stand up against their own Conservative so-called fair funding review to save the hundreds of millions pounds set to be funneled from Metropolitan Council towards the Tory Shire councils. Finally, I congratulate our council leader, Councillor Shabir Pandor, Councillor Graham Turner, and council officers for their hard work to produce the excellent budget this year.
Councillor Manda Pinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank Eamon and his team for all the hard work in putting this budget together for us tonight, and also to congratulate my Labour colleagues for producing such an ambitious and potentially far-reaching budget proposal. A budget I support wholeheartedly, a budget that focuses on improving and positively shaping the lives and outcomes of residents in Kirklees. A budget that is ambitious enough to create real economic growth, sustainability, promoting resilience, and beginning to address some of the serious gaps in poverty and inequality. There are so many good news stories embedded within this budget that I would like to touch on, but unfortunately time is limited. So I will concentrate on how this ambitious budget would make inroads, particularly in my ward. In recent times, Ashbrow has received much negative attention around the epidemic of youth crime, violence and antisocial behaviour, spiking rapidly over the last 5 years. As violence is on the increase, so is the risk of young people getting sucked into criminality, bad behaviour, and some as young as 11 years old. With 10 years of austerity, councils like Kirklees have had to make very difficult and devastating decisions in relation to the de-investment in our youth service. So much more that youth services are seldom and ineffective, as well as the lack of sustained investment in our community. This Tory government, in their wisdom, have created many systemic problems by poorly funding local councils like ours. We've heard that Kirklees has lost 60% of its national budget since 2010, amounting to approximately £150 million. We are the 7th lowest funded council in the country per head of population. Nationally, youth services have suffered cuts of up to 70% in the last decade, with losses of £1 billion. Oh dear! What have I said? Oh dear! With losses of £1 billion of investment resulting in zero funding in some areas. According to the YMCA Youth Charity, local authority expenditure on youth services dropped from 1.6 billion in 2010-2011 to just under 429 million in 2018-2019, resulting in a loss of 750 youth centres and more than 4,500 youth workers. Instead of investing in our young people, local authorities have had to divert funds to frontline services and protect children at immediate risk. I believe youth services are vital for the development of young people, not just in relation to the provision of leisure, sport and enrichment activities, but also around teen pregnancy advice, sexual health, youth justice support, drug and alcohol misuse, employment opportunities, apprenticeships and so on. It is well documented that there is a direct link between the cut in youth services and the youth crime epidemic throughout the UK. So to be clear, there is a direct link in Kirklees between the cut in youth work, youth centres, youth services and the increase in crime and antisocial behaviour in areas like Ashbrown. There has been extensive media coverage about the rise in youth crime. But let's not forget, some of these young people themselves are victims of crime. Those children who have been groomed into criminality and involved in county lines. There are young people heavily embroiled in gangs today who desperately want to get out, but they fear for their safety if they leave. They fear for what would happen to them or their families if they walk away from this life of crime. And due to the fear of reprisals, many maintain the status quo. In my ward, local groups are doing superb work with young people to build their confidence, resilience, and to offer an attractive alternative to gangs. And I am sure that the same thing is happening in so many other areas in Kirklees.
30 seconds.
But it is crucial that the council supports these groups and helps them to capitalise on the fantastic work that they're doing. And I hope that this budget will enable third-party organisations, community groups, to help deliver the offer that's been put forward. This ambitious budget highlights money going into youth provision, family support, particularly around stronger families, continuation of detached youth workers, healthy holidays, mental health, tackling antisocial behaviour, gang crime and knife crime, and particularly generally improving outcomes for young people. All these things I welcome, Mr. Mayor, and for this reason I strongly support this budget.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'm so proud of this budget. It's ambitious, smart, realistic and achievable. It's progressive. In these times of austerity, the Labour administration have managed fantastically well in building a good financial base over the last few years to be able to invest in the major regeneration of our home, Kirklees, whilst tackling climate emergency and providing the best services we possibly can to our constituents. Yes, it's easy to sit here and be critical. However, let's not forget this fact. We are one of the most deprived councils in this country under this government.
and are being treated as second-class citizens. However, despite facing these austerity measures, all Labour councillors have continued to protect and continue to protect our constituents across Kirklees, because they're at the heart of all our plans, and we're trying to make the best plans and the best place for them to live in. In regards to climate emergency and tree planting, Labour is investing more than last year's Green Amendment. This Labour administration has committed almost double their figure from council funds in our budget, on top of the tens of millions in tree planting that are being delivered alongside regional and national partners, supported by us in Kirklees. If Councillor Cooper suggests that we are not ambitious enough on this, why is it that last year he proposed less in this investment than we are? We are ambitious on this, and we take every step we can to tackle climate emergency while delivering the best possible services for our residents. Electric vehicles, investing more in this year than last year's Green Amendment. Our Labour administration takes climate emergency seriously and investing £2.4 million in projects to reduce carbon emissions. Our Labour commitment actually invests more this year in electrifying our council vehicle fleet in this single year than the Greens Amendment did last year. This year's Green Amendment has dropped their electric vehicle proposed investment, and they've only put 200k to conversion to electric vehicles pilot project. If we take their previous commitment for this year's budget and add in the 200k in this year's amendment, we are actually spending more on electric vehicles in the council fleet than the Greens want us to. When it comes to changing any energy supply, can the estimate of 45k each year for changing the entire council's energy supply be relied on? Our Labour budget is ambitious, but it's smart, realistic and achievable and progressive. Labour's good financial management over the last few years means we're building on solid foundations, investing in tackling climate change, investing in our places and building outstanding children's services. To summarise, the Greens' plans are not financially backed up. Ours are achievable, ambitious and we have the budget to support it. We take climate emergency very seriously and are actually spending more on electric vehicles in the council fleet than the Greens want us to. That is just one example. Our budget begins to rebuild what a decade of austerity has destroyed. Unlike the Tories and Lib Dems who are making us regress, Tories have also cut 200 million from Kirklees' budget, and we continue to face that challenge, with the demand of our services continue to increase without any proper funding from this government. My Labour administrations are being prudent with the budget, which allows us to give hope and deliver on our three key main priorities. We are the only party that have your best interests at heart and seeks to protect everyone's future in Kirklees. The Labour budget is a transformative budget, and that makes a difference across Kirklees. Progression is with Labour. Thank you.
Councillor Kendrick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It perhaps be a surprise to you, I'm going to focus on one area of the budget, surprise to everybody, about children's services. I'm immensely pleased and proud to see this administration's commitment to continued investment in children's services. It's a continuing ambition to achieve outstanding children's services, which I'm sure all councillors in this chamber support. It is where we need to be. I've been particularly pleased, for example, to see the very effective work of children's services to reduce, where appropriate, the number of children placed outside Kirklees. And this has resulted in achieving a very substantial saving, and I think, over 500,000 and growing. And it demonstrates what is more significant. It's demonstrated this administration's commitment in that those savings are not going into some pot somewhere corporately. They're being fed back into children's services to be reinvested to continue the improvement journey that we're on. Mr Mayor, perhaps I'll focus on one area. In the past, we've invested in multi-systemic therapy. It's called MST for short, thank God. And this provides support to children and young people who are at the edge of care or the edge of going into the youth justice system. And the outcomes from the MST team have been so effective and so successful that we're making further investment to double the size of that team. And because our ambition is to provide support at an early stage to turn around the lives of children and young people and their families in Kirklees. Like all local authorities, we need more foster carers and we need to retain the foster carers that we have. I think if you remember back, those of you, I did challenge all of you to have those conversations about foster caring and do whatever you could. The only person I'm actually aware of that has provided anything substantial is Councillor Yusra Hussain, who contacted me about a service that were interested in working with us, and I have to thank her for that. But we do need to support our current foster carers. One of the things we're doing is looking at Mockingbird, which perhaps people aren't aware of. Foster carers, like the rest of us, often have challenges in our lives. An emergency happens, an illness, a family emergency, perhaps that puts strain on their capacity to look after our foster children and young people. And one of the investments we're making is to establish the Mockingbird service to support foster carers to step in and provide support as and when it's required in those situations. I think we all recognise that school holiday times are an enormous challenge to families, particularly working families, and young people and children feel, for many, that they miss out. Last year we invested in Healthy Holiday Schemes, a project which provided opportunities across Kirklees, working with third sector organisations to provide a broad range of activities, sports, crafts and a cooked meal during the school holidays. This scheme was so successful and the outcome so positive that we're investing even further by increasing the funding available and by putting those resources in the base budget, not a one-off project, a continuing activity. The capital plan also reflects ambition to build a special school for social, emotional and mental health needs, which is desperately needed in Kirklees. We do have some provision already, but it cannot meet all the needs of the children who need it. And in addition, there is funding in the capital budget to build new residential care homes for children, to bring those homes into the 21st century. Mr. Mayor, I could continue on before you tell me to shut up. I just urge all members in this chamber to support this budget. Thank you.
Councillor Donald Firth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's another situation, another budget and another dose of the same old medicine. A lift on the budget again, because we can't afford to do anything at this council. Whatever we get, we don't particularly spend it wisely, or we wouldn't be coming to this every year. Every year that I've been at this council, they've asked for, when it's the Labour group that are running it, more and more money is required. Those nasty Tories don't give us anything. That's basically what it's all about. And I've got to tell you, those nasty Tories, and I'm one of them if you want to call me a nasty Tory, are giving you a hell of a lot more than what the Labour Party ever did. When Labour ran the government, they ran out of money. Brown and Blair, in the 13 years they were in, they ran out of money and we had to pick the tab up. Just like we had in 79. You aren't old enough to remember, so I'll just be careful what I said, young man. The trouble is with the Labour Party, they're all brainwashed. Please. Totally brainwashed. Or else they wouldn't come out with some of the statements they've come out with. We'll look at climate change. Climate change and trees. We have cut more mature trees down in the last 3 years since climate change than ever before. And it's absolutely ridiculous. I asked many years ago, when plans came forward, could we put temporary TPOs on trees that were around? Just for chance, they were going to cut them down. They used to do this, but now we don't anymore. And if you get a plan coming through before it's even got to the decision stage, the big trees are coming down. I've had about 4 or 5 or even 6 in my area cut down, mature trees. Those trees, when you cut them down, they drink an average of 200 gallons of water a day. So when there's a lot of rain coming, you've got floods, is there any wonder? Because there's at least 800 to 900 gallons of water on my patch that just has nowhere to go. Then we look at things like what our assets are. Now, I've asked the council on a number of occasions, what are we doing with those buildings in Home Firth? The Oak Council buildings, the Highways buildings, the election building. They've been now empty for 4 years. They've been locked up for 4 years, just falling apart. There is also a special school at Wooldale that was closed 4 years ago. And I'm the one, if it hadn't been for me, the grass would have been about 10 foot tall now. I do actually get it cut once a year because nobody else bothers. It doesn't matter what you ask this council to do, you never get any common sense. The roads are in a disgusting disgrace. There's more potholes, some of my roads are cart tracks. And it's no good saying that we haven't got enough money. Where does Barnsley get their money from? They must have a money tree somewhere because they are sailing in Barnsley. They haven't shut a library, and all the libraries are paid by Barnsley. They've built a new £5.5 million library in Barnsley, and they've just built themselves a new indoor market. And the outdoor market is being refurbished. It's a Labour-run council. What are we playing at? What's the form? I know what most of it is. Most of it is the fact that we don't apply for enough grants. If you applied to the government for grants, you would get quite a lot. You don't apply for enough. That's from our members of parliament. You don't apply for enough grants. If you did, you may get a lot more sense and a lot more money to spend. Because this is the problem. I could go on all day, well, I'll have a bit more time to do. But basically, the slogan is, we had a slogan at this council going back years ago, probably before some of these people here, before their time. It used to say on everything the council carted about with, this council putting local people first. Well, I'm sorry. We don't do that anymore. Local people are bottom of the pile when it comes to anything. So let's go back to basics. Let's try to do and look after the people who pay the council tax and stop jacking it up every year, because it's a situation where I come from, as I say, it's a case of we pay more, we get
30
less.
seconds.
And it's as simple as that.
Thank you.
I'm not the kind of person, I didn't want to interrupt Donald speak, so I'm not the kind of person that likes jumping up to do point of orders in the middle of when someone's speaking. But this has been, I think, a positive and well-mannered budget debate so far, and I hope it continues like that. And it was disappointing that towards the beginning of his speech, Councillor Firth decided to make a derogatory comment towards me about my age. So I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for him to retract that, so we can continue. Well, you can roll your eyes as much as you like, but we shouldn't have ageist comments in the council chamber. We should encourage people to be part of democracy. So, could you please retract that, Donald, and continue in a positive manner?
Yeah. Councillor? Right, this is not officially point of order, so we'll carry on. Councillor Armour?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll not make any comments about youth or age. I'm far too old to get involved.
Can you all settle down, please?
Certainly Labour's budget proposal contains some good sound bites. And there are even some fairish policies in there. But I'm not convinced that it has enough substance. The leader himself admits that this is but a starting point and treats us to a preview of what he will introduce next year, and even the year after. I admire his confidence, Mr. Mayor, but must remind him that there's a small matter of the May elections. How does he know he will still be in a position to influence things come May the 8th? Has he got a crystal ball, Mr. Mayor? I welcome the implicit acknowledgement by Labour that Kirklees is over-bureaucratic and over-centralised. In 2 words, somewhat Stalinist. The administration's budget pays lip service to devolve democratic accountability, but this is too little and far too late. Hey, don't rise to the bait, Bernard, you're better than that. We need proper devolution of action to members, rather than simply the freedom to do as Cabinet approves. This administration needs to trust councillors. And we councillors need to trust our residents. We ask the people of the borough to trust us at election time, but trust is a two-way street. If we don't trust our residents, why on earth should they trust us? If the administration doesn't trust the members, why should the members care a pig about the administration? It's a two-way job. And just to end, Mr Mayor, because I don't intend to take the full 5 minutes, so just take 2. We've had some references, several references, a lot of references to austerity. May I just remind the Labour members that it was a Labour minister, Liam Byrne, who left the infamous note in the Treasury, sorry, there's no money left. Bankruptcy is the inevitable result of socialist economics. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you for that. So that brings us to the end of the debate. So there is an amendment from the Conservative group. Who's going to move it? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Before I start, I'd just also like to recognise the responses to the flood. I'm sure they're quite good individual efforts on behalf of members of staff and members of this chamber. I do think we also need to reflect on our response as well, though, because there were areas where flooding was causing issues for residents, and I tried myself to get through several times on Sunday, and I'm still waiting for a response back from the number. So clearly we need to look at the response as an organisation. That's not to say that individual people didn't do a good job under the circumstances. So, we've heard a few party political points from members in the chamber, and you know it's to be expected at this time of year. But just to be clear, tax is tax, whether it's council tax, whether it's income tax, whether it's value-added tax, etc., etc. And the only way for national and local governments to raise any money to spend is through taxation. So it's incumbent on us all to spend public money wisely. So you know, we do need to bear that in mind as well. So we show in our amendment that you can, with careful thought, deliver more with less. I was pleased to see the Labour the leader pay tribute to the Prime Minister and the new government. The PM did indeed make some firm commitments in the election, and I look forward to working alongside the two new Conservative MPs to ensure our area does indeed benefit from this reshaping of funding. He also mentioned schools and funding, and I think that the Prime Minister recognises that there is a funding disparity that needs to be addressed, and I certainly think that now we've got the two MPs that we can, in my group, work closely with. I think we're certainly going to take that challenge on. I agree with Councillor Pandor that we need to take action on climate change, but how long is it since this council declared a climate emergency? And yet, what have we actually seen in terms of tangible changes to address climate issues? Not very much. Indeed, this is also recognised by the government, who are doing lots to tackle this. And the Kirklees Conservative Group echo this commitment locally. So within our amendments, we go significantly further than the Labour Party by committing extra money to address climate change. So in proposing the Conservative budget amendments, I recognise and welcome the extra investment in adults and children's services. I've always been clear that I've been very supportive of all efforts to improve children's services, and it's vital after the situation we were in not so long ago that children's services continues its upward trajectory towards a much better service. So this amendment aims to address areas where we feel that the proposed Labour budget underachieves through lack of ambition, and particularly with regards to its waste review and climate change measures. It is no coincidence that since the administration introduced its draconian rules regarding Kirklees recycling facilities, it cannot and clearly does not help the fly tipping issue to make it increasingly difficult for residents to access recycling facilities. And it cannot be beyond the wit of man to ensure trade waste is controlled and charged, while at the same time ensuring that residents can access recycling facilities with trailers more than 12 times a year, and with a trailer of adequate size to carry large items. We therefore propose to invest £100,000 to combat the scourge of fly tipping by improving bulky waste collections, improving dip conditions and accessibility, and by enforcement against fly tipping. To add to these measures, we also propose to invest £20,000 into a feasibility study into a single-use plastic ban. In years 2 and 3, we would increase funding into combating air pollution and climate change by £1.5 million in total. In recognition of our commitment to putting councils at the centre of what this council does, we propose to devolve £250,000 per year to ward members to improve our roads and signage. And I note Councillor Pandor's admission in his earlier speech that this administration has ignored the roads for too long. Many Labour councils have referenced spending on roads, but we go much further than this. So we also commit huge extra capital sums for road resurfacing. This will go a long way to addressing the years of underinvestment in our roads by this administration. We propose to pay for these commitments by the following savings and efficiencies. Firstly, we will convert the Democracy Commission to a task and finish group, which will save £20,000 per year. Secondly, we would stop using public money to support trade unions. It is simply unjustifiable to use taxpayers' money to employ people on trade union business. Kirklees employees should be working for the residents of this borough and nothing else. This alone would save Kirklees £375,000 over 3 years. We propose to double the target for council-wide efficiencies, which would save £3 million over the next 3 years. Through recapitalising the transformation team, we save £1 million per year. By using uncommitted minimum revenue provision in years 2 and 3, we are able to make a further efficiency saving over the 3-year period of £2.85 million. And by deferring the planned MRP by 1 year, we will save almost £800,000. I believe this amendment delivers a good deal for the council taxpayers of Kirklees. It offers better services and significantly offers a lower increase to the council tax bill for residents. I believe that we've demonstrated it is possible through careful targeted efficiencies to deliver an enhanced value for money service for Kirklees residents, and I urge my fellow councillors to support this amendment. Oh, and I almost forget, we've also committed to fund a feasibility study for the Flockton bypass. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Second. Councillor Holmes.
Seconded and reserve the right.
Thank you for that. Any comments on that? Councillor Homewood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was just to make a short comment on this amendment, really. And I wanted to do that because I felt looking through this, it's a very weak amendment. I don't think there's much fundamental in there that they're looking to change. I don't see a particular strategy of what it's looking to achieve, to be totally honest with you. And even some of the things that are mentioned, so there's a talk about taking some money from the tree planting and putting it into air pollution, other climate change issues. Not particularly clear to me, what the expectation of how that would be spent and why that would be better spent than tree planting, which of course does tackle climate change. So I'm a little unclear about some of the points. And to me, it feels as though this is all about a kind of way of proposing something around the council tax and not increasing the council tax or limiting that to 1%. And to me, it just misses, the fundamental issues that we've been discussing here and about what we've looked at over the last few years. So firstly, about the base funding for our council. And we know that one of the reasons why we're one of the worst funded councils is because in the past, we chose not to increase council tax, to freeze council tax in some cases, on the basis that the government would keep funding us and give us some more money to replace that, which they've now withdrawn. So all we're doing by not following that in the current process is just leaving ourselves in a worse position, our residents in a worse position in future years. Now, if we want to talk about a better way of funding, a better way of raising taxes more fairly, I think we're all open to that. But I don't believe that is what we're achieving by this amendment. I also wanted just to point out about that as mentioned before, about the economic uncertainty at the moment. We know that growth's pretty stagnant, and we know that we've got this end of December hanging over us in terms of what our actual economic position will be in terms of trading with Europe, and the potential for effectively a kind of no deal scenario. And at the same time, as my other colleagues mentioned about the fair funding formula, which, unless it's changed, I understand no longer views deprivation or need as being something that's part of fair funding. So, and we've already heard about the potential reductions in budgets in Kirklees just from the recent announcements on departmental cuts. So, to me, it seems very strange to me that the suggestion is we put off making those into our reserves in order to give someone, in order to keep this council tax level at 1%. I'm not following how that's economically prudent or sensible for us as a council. I don't hear that. To me, this is just a gimmick, a marketing ploy, and you've mentioned about elections coming up. That's what I see this as, and I personally think that residents will see through this. A lot of people comment to me about council tax, but they also comment to me about understanding how unfair the funding is for councils, particularly like Kirklees. So to me, I think this is the reason why I wouldn't be supporting any of this amendment, is because I think it's just a pure gimmick around the council tax, and I don't think this does anything to actually address any of the problems we've got, and so I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Sokal.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I just want to say a few things on conservative amendments. The proposal they are putting forward, they are all unrealistic. It won't work. Mr. Mayor, look, they're putting it forward 150K for a Flockton bypass feasibility study, which is to me is a waste of money, as there is no guarantee that even if the study proves a need, that there isn't any money for it. So it's just wastage of their time. Secondly, they put in their proposal investment in CCTV cameras, which is 50K again. For CCTV, as it's not clear in the proposal and does not relate to great deal of investment. And the use of CCTV is very limited in its effects on crime. The best way to reduce crime would be for the government to get on with increasing the level of policing, and that the reduction in officers in the last 10 years is the real problem, not a problem of CCTV camera. Yeah? Ask the central government to get those money back and put the policing on there. They promised about before election 20,000 new police. I haven't seen any. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Anybody seen? No. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, as my colleague said, Councillor Humboldt, the 1% increase in council tax means that the council tax base is lower in future year and we can't get that back. So our spending will always be lower in the future. We can't afford that. Mr. Mayor, on conservative, they're putting proposal on saving and efficiency. But to me, on saving, conservative group repeat the same old story every year because they haven't got any saving proposal, new proposal to put forward. Look at siege trade union support costs. Why we will get benefit? Why you get? We will create more problem. It's the time now we keep those trade union where we can negotiate with the workforce. Yeah, it's in the benefit of this council. You don't saving any. Right. Again, use of uncommitted. Use uncommitted. That's wrong. You're not saving anything on that as well. So, you say, again, double target for council-wide efficiency. You put forward last year, you're putting forward, you haven't got any new proposal to make any saving on the. So, Mr. Mayor, on these my few points, I'm not going to support this amendment. Thank you.
Please, Councillor Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've also got to say that I won't be, unfortunately, supporting the proposals put forward by the Conservative group. A lot of the points I was going to make have been made. I just want to say it's interesting to see the commitment around climate change. You know, it would have been really good if the Conservative group did take part in the Climate Emergency Working Group, but unfortunately you didn't take part and you couldn't add your comments in at that stage, and I think that's really unfortunate. Hopefully we won't see that going forward. Again, you know, I will mention the council tax increase. You know, we've had to increase our council taxes because of what's happening nationally. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. We've had years and years of austerity, and I'm going to mention it. It is happening. We can't pretend it's not happening. It's having impacts on all our communities. And for you to sit, you can sit there nodding, and it's a shame that you're doing that when it's impacting your communities as well. And you seem to be having a laugh about it, but it isn't. It's affecting all our residents, and it's wrong just to put it to one side. I'm very concerned about the fact you're talking about seizing trade union support costs. Trade union rights are fundamental, and absolutely all our employees should be supported. So that is absolutely shocking, basically shocking. And we should, that's a part of what we do. Many organisations do it. And the fact that you're trying to attack employee rights are absolutely fundamental. Yes,
Thank
sorry,
you.
Mr. Mayor. It is absolutely unforgivable, frankly. Donald, Bill, I just have to come back. He talked about the socialist, Stalinist economics of the Brown and Blair governments, which is quite interesting. I don't think they've quite been talked about like that, those two, but we must remember in 2008 there was a global financial crisis which started with a subprime mortgage crisis in the US, which affected many economies around the world. Yes, the note was silly, but there was a global financial crisis, and I just want to remind the Conservative group of that. Thank you very much, and I won't be supporting the proposals.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to respond to a couple of points on the Conservative amendments. First of all, I note and share the Conservatives' welcome to the increased investment in adult and children's services. It is, however, extremely disappointing. I point out once again that this burden has fallen on local council taxpayers with a 2% increase on top of the 1.99% baseline increase. What's needed is an urgent injection of genuine new additional government funding to protect these vital services for our most vulnerable citizens. The Conservative government must stop kicking the can down the road when it comes to tackling this issue. Until we get a fair settlement funded from central government, local councils will continue to face impossible choices for funding priorities, and local residents will continue to bear the burden through these regressive tax measures. In respect of the climate emergency, we also share the enthusiasm for tackling the issue of air pollution, and we were delighted that the Council adopted the Lib Dem motion on air quality at the last full Council meeting. We'd like to see more urgent attention paid to the issue, especially in areas around our local schools and other areas where people are at most risk of the effects. But we don't think this should be at the expense of the tree planting scheme, which would bring many additional benefits to the environment. Finally, in respect of the proposal to cut the council tax rise from 2% to 1%, the Liberal Democrats are not supportive of unnecessary and profligate rises in council tax. But the reality of the current situation needs to be seen against a backdrop of years of cuts in settlements to this council from the Conservative government and a massive amount of uncertainty in respect of future settlements. It has been stated before, but I'll restate the fact that Kirklees is now the 7th lowest funded council in the country. We believe that the Conservative amendment to cut the proposed increase by 1% is not justified or prudent, as it would lead to additional pressures on cuts to already stretched council services and risk creating significant funding gaps in the future, as illustrated in the sensitivity analysis in the budget report. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Khan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased that the Conservative amendment is in support of our investment in children's and adult services, but I wish it had stopped there because the rest of it is unsound and unsustainable. This amendment basically skirts around our budget proposal, slightly tweaks them and proposes a little more investment in some areas. This amendment is seriously devoid of any innovation, imagination or ambition on behalf of the Conservative group. But at least the Conservatives have an amendment this year, unlike last year, so I suppose that's an improvement. The amendment proposes doubling our target for council-wide efficiency. The 200 million Conservative government cuts stretched our services to the limit. Would the Conservative group like to enlighten the public as to which services they want to slash this year? It's not surprising the Conservatives use the budget in an attempt to attack trade unions and undermine workers' rights. The Conservatives' proposals are unsound on the basis that the amendment doesn't state how we would accommodate the 1% council tax reduction in baseline in future years. The amendment overlooks key risk factors such as uncertainty of future funding post-2021, where we'll have significant forecasted gaps in funding, and the possible impact of Brexit on our residents, businesses, communities and our services, increased demands on social care, high needs, homelessness and waste. The Conservative amendment undermines our solid financial position and would reduce the resilience necessary for the uncertainty and challenges that we face. So for these reasons, not surprisingly, I don't support this amendment.
Councillor McElroy.
Yeah, okay. I have to say, I think people who start attacking trade unionism in a blanket manner should really start thinking carefully, because that's the kind of politics of Sorry, I'm speaking actually. I object to him.
Just 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm a little concerned that I'm being misquoted in several Labour members' speeches about this point in our budget amendment. I'm just going to draw attention to exactly what I said. I said we would stop using public money to support trade unions. I've actually no issue at all with people joining trade unions. I'm not trying to undermine trade unionism at all.
Right, okay, Richard
I said that I would propose to stop using public money.
Right, Richard is going to explain. Richard.
A point of personal explanation is an opportunity for you to stand up and explain a direct misquote of something that you've said. So they're not directly but it's not a misquote of something that you actually said in your speech. It's a comment about. So it isn't.
You're going to apologise then?
Oh, okay. Okay, carry on.
Okay, so just a very brief history lesson. Okay, after World War II in this country, after the years of division and the years of conflict, basically governments, including Conservative governments, one nation Conservative governments, actually understood that there was a real case for the state facilitating progressive trade unionism, and because that would avoid conflict. Okay? And if we look at what's happened, we've seen a crisis of workers' rights, 0 hours, casualisation, and wages have not yet caught up with inflation since 2010. Nationally, in the country that you've been running since 2010. Okay, so basically, trade union membership, okay, is really, it's not the only way that workers' rights can be protected, all right, but it's got to be an important one. And I don't know about everyone else here, but as Brexit looms, because we're still in the withdrawal agreement stage, okay, then where we will be by the end of this year is quite scary. And I think what we need to do is to focus on rights, on trade union rights, on human rights, and don't just kind of use them as a political football. Now, I'm sorry, I think I do owe Councillor Firth, is he there? I don't know. Yeah, anyway, I do owe him an apology, actually, because he did say something that was, I shouldn't have shouted, but I did. Okay, but, all right, because, so let's be clear about austerity. We have been hearing from the ladies and gentlemen here a lot of talk about austerity, okay? Now, what's happened in Britain is that our public services have been gutted by governments led by your party, okay? And the rationale for this was that this was going to cut the national debt. In 2010, the national debt was 69.6% of GDP. I'll repeat that one for you. You ready? Okay, 69.6% of GDP. In 2018, it was 85.9% of GDP. So even by your own standards, you have failed. Okay? Austerity is a failed economic project. All right? And it's a bit scary that you're not actually realising that, and instead coming out with things about Stalinism and so on, because really...
30 seconds left.
Yeah, okay. And because really, if we don't start talking about economics in a more accurate terms based on facts, then we're going to have the politics of Donald Trump.
Thank you. Councillor Yusra Hussain.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Tories' plan is actually, I want to repeat my colleague's point, it's nice to see one this year, but there are no ideas or suggestions about the most fundamental issues our council faces, or how to deal with the austerity their government continues to impose on our constituents. When I stood at my hustings, it was interesting to note that the Conservative candidate at the time didn't even submit a budget. And this budget is, well, This time it's about taking with one hand and taking with the other. In essence, they're suggesting we borrow £1 million this year as a bung to residents before the election and make them pay for it in future years with interest. While the government continues to deprive us, it means we have less capacity to deliver better services. And how does financing and borrowing money ensure longevity of key services? Increasing service efficiency can only occur with maintaining rates, not by cancelled tax bung, i.e. cuts. Which service will end up taking the brunt of this ill-thought-through budget, compromising on delivery of services too? In the end, who will end up paying for it? It will be the constituents who will end up paying for it further down the line by future rises. This Tory budget is a smokescreen and is certainly not about the constituents. It is about the elections, that's for sure. And therefore, I'm not going to support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Bellamy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm rising to support the Conservative Group amendment. I acknowledge the extra money that the administration put in for the waste review. However, I want to make reference to bin collections. In particular, they're a major issue to residents of Combe Valley Ward and the whole constituency. I've only been back on this council now for 8 weeks, and the amount of complaints I've received regarding missed bins is phenomenal. Numerous cases, and many consisting of full streets, roads, estates, with a large majority of those being missed for weeks. And then when they are finally collected, residents find, and they're absolutely appalled to see both green and recycling contents going into the same wagon. The service residents receive at this moment in time is clearly not fit for purpose, and to coin a phrase, it's just rubbish and needs sorting. Surely a reliable bin collection is a basic need of a council taxpayer in this borough. So I support this amendment as it looks at further improvements within the waste strategy. Thank you.
Councillor Holmes.
I obviously support the Conservative amendment. One thing I want to pick up on is Councillor Pandor said he wanted to address fly tipping and grot spots. Councillor Sokol seemed to be unsure about what we were talking about regarding CCTV in stopping and cutting down on fly tipping. Councillor Mather knows exactly what I think of that, because we've had discussions where I've suggested doing something a little bit better than just following fly tippers around by looking into using covert cameras, by targeting certain areas, such as I've got 2 areas on my ward which are literally every week we have fly tipping. You hide a camera, you're going to catch them, you're probably going to get some information that you can use to prosecute, you're going to get some income from that, and you're going to hopefully cut down on the amount of fly tipping and the cost. I'm told that it's really difficult to get a ripper. Well, Bretton Council have done just that recently in the last few weeks. They are operating rippers, they are using covert cameras. It's on the internet, I can send you the link, Councillor Mather. They're using covert cameras, and their message from the MP down there is exactly what we should be doing. And quote, they said, your time is up, we will catch you, we will prosecute you, we will fine you. And that is the approach we want to take regarding fly tipping and CCTV. And those cameras, if we invest in some cameras and they're movable and the technology is there to make them, so they have long life batteries, they're very easy to move, they're very easy to site in new places. They could then be used for other things like tackling antisocial behaviour. They could be used, and I don't know what your ward's like, but mine consistently, I receive complaints daily about dog fouling. And repeatedly, I'm told it's the same people doing the same roads. And again, we could start tackling things like that and make Kirklees look nicer for very little money, but it would make a huge difference to the people who live there.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to start with, one point to be absolutely clear on. So far as I'm aware, there's nobody on this side of the chamber that is actually denigrating or criticising trade unions. But what we are criticising is the fact that there may be people out there who pay council tax in Kirklees, who pay council tax and do not support unions, and they would not want their council tax to to go to union activities. And I think that is a perfectly fair, reasonable and rational position. I think we also need to move on, Council. I've had the privilege now of sitting in on a number of these budget debates each year. And what I'm hearing tonight is the same old stuck record. Austerity, austerity, Tory cuts, etc. Okay, I accept that the Labour members opposite have a different view, a different modus operandi, a different economic model as to how they would like to see the country run. But the reality is that we had an election in December and that people spoke about which they prefer. So let's move on. The people are happy with the way the Conservatives have been running things. So let's just move on. And there's 80 seats to say that, so let's move on. Let's have less of that humbug and let's move on. Now, there's a number of things that have been mentioned tonight. Trees, electric vehicles and so forth. Look, plant some more trees in Kirklees if you want. That would be great, but it's not going to change the climate. It's not going to change the planet's atmosphere, okay? It might help with flooding, and that's not a bad thing. Electric vehicle points. Nobody's getting excited with me when I talk to residents about electric vehicle points. You could shut Kirklees down. You could ban vehicles, diesel and petrol vehicles in Kirklees. It won't make any difference to the planet, okay? I was in America in the summer, went to LA and San Francisco, okay? That's where the problems need to be addressed. I hired what I thought was a small car, okay? When I turned up to collect this car, it was a Dodge with a 3.6 litre V6 engine, okay? I was dead chuffed. I was dead chuffed because by the end of the trip, I'd managed to get the average miles per gallon figure up by driving carefully and economically 56 miles per hour. I got it up from 17 miles per gallon to 18. Whoa. Saving the planet. Now, but the point that I make, and a serious point, is when we blather on about Kirklees having 5, 10, 15, 20 electric vehicles, it's completely irrelevant. Get yourself out there, stand on a street corner in LA or San Francisco and watch all the 5.7 litre, 6.7 litre Dodge Rams growling past, okay? Yes, you get the odd Tesla, but there are millions and millions of cars with 5.6 litre engines polluting the planet out there. If you want to save the planet, that's what we need to address. A few electric vehicles in Kirklees is irrelevant. So we should move on from that. Looking at this amendment, what this actually does is it addresses the issues that residents raise with me. Waste collection, fly tipping, recycling, single-use plastic, road signs, really important. People getting really hacked off with the state of road signs, Flockton bypass, things like that. This is what we should be doing for Kirklees. We are not going to save the planet by having a couple of electric vehicle charging points. So let's move on and let's be serious about what we are here to do for our residents.
Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Where to start? So last year there were no Conservative group amendment, if I've got that right. This year I don't know if I'm missing some bits of paper. No? That could be it then. That could be it. That could be it, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I could recommend, we used to do this at school, maybe next time if you like in a larger font, cover more space, because there's so little in here, Mr. Mayor. I'll come on to some of the detail in that though. Can I first challenge Councillor Firth, and I thought we'd covered this previously. The former Chancellor and the former Governor at the Bank of England have both been on public record and said that the Labour Party were not to blame for the crash of 2008. They were not to blame for the subprime property crash in the States that affected the investment banks that had a knock-on effect here. They were not to blame for that, and that's on public record. We should stop peddling that myth to the public, okay? Can I also agree maybe with Councillor Smith about taxation being fair? So I still pay my tax, we all still pay our tax, but I'm not sure where the government are with it. I don't know what they're doing with it, because I'm still paying the same, we're all paying the same, but we're getting less back. So I'm not sure where the fairness is in that. Now, the budget in detail is lacklustre for me. We have a revenue budget in 2021 of 183 million, and the Conservative amendment seeks to tinker with 2.4 million. We have a capital budget, not including the HRA, of 302 million, and the Conservative amendment seeks to tinker with 4 million. I would say that tells me that actually the Conservative group must overwhelmingly support what we're doing if they're tinkering with so little, yet there's so much to go at, potentially. So, what's also interesting is we said last year how for many years there's been so little investment during amendments for older people services, mental health services, young people services. And yet again, we see quite a striking omission of those services from the amendment, a full opportunity to amend and improve those budgets, but not taken. Simply happy to see what we've done. And I would like to see more ambition from opposition groups. But what I read is far too simplistic. And interestingly, as you read down the lines, nothing for Dewsbury. But I would imagine that you're going to field candidates in Dewsbury, yet nothing for Dewsbury whatsoever in here. So I can't support this at all. It's lacklustre, it has holes, it tinkers with a very small amount of what we're actually trying to do. So I can't support this.
I rise to ask that we suspend procedural rule 16.2 to extend the meeting beyond 9 o'clock. We're only discussing the First Amendment. We've got a lot of amendments to get through and they should be properly considered. And so I ask us to suspend that rule.
Can we second it? Show of hands, please.
Come on, Labour. You must have listened to everybody else. At least if you don't support
Is that carried, yeah?
Yes, that's been carried.
That's carried, thank you. Right, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this amendment and just wanted to put a few wrongs right as far as the myths and legends of 2008. Yes, there was a global crash, but it's strange that the USA took 18 months to get their economy back on track. It took Germany 2 years and it took us over 10. One of the reasons for that is that we spent too much money during Blair's tenureship, and just one point of evidence is that the police were over budgeted for 7 years to the tune of 25% per annum. They were overmanned, over-equipped and overfunded. And also academic evidence. I think somebody mentioned about we need more bobbies on the street. Well, academic evidence proves that putting more police on the street doesn't alter the crime rate whatsoever. So putting more police on the street won't make any difference. Plus the fact that we're not going to see any police on the street.
Can you stop talking, please?
Yeah, thank you. For the next 2 or 3 years anyway, because they've all got to take a degree. They've all got to train after the degree and then go on the street. So we're not going to see any police for the next 2.5 to 3 years. Some of the other myths, reference to economics was mentioned, which is funny. Somebody needs to know the difference between debt and deficit. And the other one is that if you're looking at debt, then you need to look at what compound interest means. Because when you go into debt, obviously there's interest on that debt and it compounds every year over that 10 years as well. And then you've got to look at the change in banking rules that came through over that period of time that allowed the banks to run amok and create one of the problems that's lasted for the last 10 years. So when you say that it wasn't anybody's fault apart from a global downturn and a global catastrophe, well, it's very inaccurate. What we did was we exacerbated it in this country by spending too much money on things that we didn't need and left the country in a hole to the tune where we had to sell off half our gold reserves, which is one of the things that makes a first world country a first world country, at bargain basement prices. So then the unions have been mentioned. My dad was a trade union secretary all his working life. So I know something about trade unions. I also know that they decimated this country back in the 70s when they actually ruled over the management and killed a lot of the industries that were crucial to this country. Mining being one of them, steel being another, shipping being another, and the motor industry. A mixture of bad unions and bad management decimated the economics of this country. And it's factual. Yeah? And all I can say is, instead of reading your manifesto, you want to read some more books to find out the real truth. But what I would say, reference to the unions and not paying for them within, all I've got to say is at Christmas, we really did a good job negotiating with the unions, didn't we? When we had 3 weeks where our residents at the busiest time of year had to take their own garbage up to the tips because we allowed our bin men to have extra time off at Christmas. So that went down really well, didn't it? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lukic. Can we have a bit quiet, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak briefly about the trade union bit and why, as a former workplace representative in a previous job for some years, I actually think this is a positive change for our residents. I've been there, I've done that, conferences, strikes, still actually got several union T-shirts in my wardrobe. The amendment, the point about whether council taxpayers should be subsidising trade union activity to the tune of £125,000 a year does not threaten anybody's rights, and it's absolutely absurd to suggest that is the case. And from what I've seen during my previous time as a workplace representative is that trade unions are simply awash with members' subscriptions that should be put towards supporting members instead of being diverted, as it almost always is, to political schemes that are tangential at best to supporting their members' interests, and engagements between trade union hierarchies and the workers they supposedly represent is at an all-time low, or it certainly was in my profession. And members of trade unions are simply unaware about how their money is spent, and if they were, they would be absolutely disgusted. So do I think this council should be subsidising trade union activity? Should our council taxpayers be having to spend £125,000 a year? No, it is a waste.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll just focus on one element of this amendment, and that's around the word efficiencies. And it's a wonderful word, isn't it? You hear it, you feel really dynamic, and this sounds really good. It means probably for some residents think, yeah, we're going to get better services, it's going to cost us less, it's wonderful. The truth is, we know what it means. It means job cuts. It means piling more work on council employees. It means making their lives a misery. It means mental health issues. This is what we are talking about. If the Conservative Party were that interested in efficiencies, I think possibly they should be having a word with their government about the wonderful record we have on extremely low levels of productivity. Because if there's one measure of efficiency, then I think productivity is probably a very good one. Just on another issue, which I wasn't going to talk about, so I was going to be very, very brief. I find it amazing, the arrogance of some members across there when they can speak about issues that they have no experience. And they may have read some books. I don't have to read any books. I'm a son of a miner. I worked underground. I'm an ex-NUM representative who spent time on the picket line fighting for our communities and our jobs against your government, against Thatcher, who was determined to destroy us as a class, as communities, and as trade unionists. Don't tell me about reading books. I lived through it. And you smile, I saw my community 50% unemployment. Men who were devastated.
Can you just talk to me, please? Look at me when you're talking. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, it's very difficult to be non-emotional when somebody shows.
Well, I don't mind you being emotional, but you need to talk to me. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. So, what I would finally say is, when we talk about myths, Myths are created by people who've not been involved in the reality of what's happening. The same myth that we hear every day about austerity, that there is no austerity, there is no impact, and that people are not suffering. Go and talk to the people who are actually out there that are being impacted by this. Go and talk to the people who are now living in devastated communities, ex-mining communities and ex-steel areas and shipbuilding. That was not the trade unions who did that. That was government policy and government attack.
Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to pick up on some of the points that have been made during the debate on the Conservative amendment. First of all, we've been criticised similarly by Councillor Holmwood and Councillor Smith for not addressing fair funding. We can't address fair funding in the budget amendment, neither can anybody else. That is something we have to live with. We can influence, as can the other politicians, but as far as we go tonight, you're not going to base a budget amendment by trying to change what at the moment is in legislation. Councillor Sockhill criticises the feasibility study for the Flockton bypass. What we have at the moment, we have a shortfall, we have a lack of ready-to-go schemes with feasibilities behind them, so that when the money becomes available, this is what we're told by the Combined Authority and others, that we have a lack of schemes compared to the other councils ready to go. If we don't come up with the feasibilities for these things, when the money comes to the north, we're going to be at the bottom of the pile because every other council is going to be there before us. These are just the feasibility studies that we need to be doing to make sure we can get the investment. Also, the trade unions, I think we've done to death. I have no problem with people being members of trade unions at all. Let me lay that on the line. I just object to my council tax having to pay towards benefits that only go to one section of the workforce. Councillor Donovan raised about the crash and everything, and Councillor Thompson put you right about that. You complain there's nothing for Dewsbury. You've just unveiled £200 million. For goodness sake, how much more do you want? How much more do you want for Dewsbury? £200 million. How much more do you want? You want more. He wants more, Mr. Mayor. He wants more. He's got £200 million and he wants more to spend in Dewsbury. What about some for everywhere else? Let's have a little bit more coming through. You won't even be able to spend that. We'll be here in 5 years' time, Mr. Mayor, and they won't have spent a penny. They'll still be looking at bits of paper. I can guarantee you that. It's been a very dispiriting debate tonight so far, I have to say. I hope everybody's as fed up with it as I am. I'd much rather be doing something else, to be quite honest. We've got all these Labour members, and they all pop up and they say exactly the same thing. One after the other in a ceaseless end. One pops up, says something about austerity, and moans and groans. It's like Night of the Living Dead. And this moaning, and then another one, as soon as they pop down, another one pops up. You can't kill them off. And they're all saying the same thing. And I just wonder, Mr. Mayor, do the Labour group actually ever talk to one another? Because we've had the same speech about 24 times from the Labour group tonight. I mean, can they perhaps sort it out amongst themselves, what they're going to say, and just say it once and save us all a bit of time? And actually, when I say that, I think the basic problem is, and I've suspected this for a long time, the basic problem with the Labour Party at the moment is that they do talk to each other too much. They don't actually listen to anybody else. Because if you say the same things to one another, eventually you start to believe them. And it rolls, and it snowballs into this huge belief system that the Labour Party has, which is completely and utterly divorced from what everybody else in the world believes. Hence, we get the election result, which we got in December, where they're utterly trounced on every matter of opinion. We get another Conservative government in. And look where it happened. It happened in all those trade union areas across the North East, across Derbyshire, across Yorkshire, across Lancashire. So let's be quite clear where the lie of the land is at the moment. If you actually went out and talked to people and said, hey, this is what the Conservatives are proposing, on top of what Labour's proposing, they would look down that list and say, that's all right. I'll support that. There's not much in there I can disagree with. We'll go with it. But of course, we're not dealing with the people tonight. who actually talk to the people out there. So I suppose the amendment will be lost.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of this debate. So there is an amendment from the independent group. Councillor Greaves.
There we go, jackpot. I have pressed it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are many challenges facing the council, and we would like to do more, much more. But the cuts in central government funding and the need to protect residents from excessive increases in council tax really do limit the scope of what we can do at this time. We have focused our amendment on meeting the priorities of our residents and only wish that we could do more. It's essential that, as well as investing tens of millions of pounds into the Huddersfield and Dewsbury town centres, that funding is made available to address issues in all parts of Kirklees. To enable this, we propose that in addition to the £10 million earmarked in the main budget for towns and villages, that a further £10.5 million of capital funding be earmarked to be drawn down over the next 10 years to improve the smaller towns and villages within Kirklees. That total budget of £20.5 million will be devolved down to those relevant wards and allocated on the basis of population sizes. So it would give £2.5 million to those 4 areas with populations over 12,000, Batley, Hetman Dwight, Murfield and Cleckheaton. And it would give £1 million to those 7 communities with populations over 6,000, which range from Birkenshaw to Thornhill. And £250,000 to 13 areas with a population over 3,000 people. So that's from Birstall to Slathwaite. And we think that that kind of money can really help address some of those place issues that are raised and can really help make up for some of the shortages that communities have faced over the last 10 years. The current highways budget is held centrally and offers little opportunity for councils to shape how that budget is allocated and spent. In my early days, council wards had their own budget and had a lot of influence over what work was done. But these days, councillors really aren't involved in the allocations. They're not involved in identifying the streets, nor in deciding priorities. The impact of this is felt in all our wards, and I know there's a real frustration amongst all councillors that we are not able to move forward with our local schemes. We are facing substantial backlogs in local highway and footway works, and whilst we welcome the extra funding from classified roads, we propose that a further £11.5 million of capital funding is earmarked and drawn down over the next 5 years to fund highway priorities locally. Of this, £500,000 would be devolved to each ward to fund additional highway and footway improvements as determined by those ward councillors. We want to enable all ward councillors to fund minor works in their area, and so we want to increase the ward budget from the current £20,000 a year to £50,000 per ward. This is still a substantial reduction on previous years, and we would seek to increase it further over time so that ward councillors can address local issues and priorities. We value youth services and the ability to deliver on-street and targeted support to young people, but provision has been severely cut back to just priority needs and to area hubs, leaving little or no provision in many wards. We propose funding for a youth worker for each school hub that currently has no dedicated provision in order to provide a minimum level of support to all young people across the borough. The youth workers would undertake work in schools as well as on-street work on evenings and on school holidays. Further to this, the Kirklees Youth Council is central to the council's engagement with young people and encouraging them to be active citizens. We propose to allocate them a £50,000 a year direct budget for the Youth Council to commit, as they choose, in furthering the council's work in democracy, climate change, mental well-being and other youth projects. We value our libraries and the dedicated work of staff and volunteers, and whilst we have never supported the concept of community-run libraries, we accept them as a reality. The burden on volunteers of running a building and providing the library and other services cannot be underestimated, and we want to do all we can to ease that burden. In addition to the existing budgets, we want to provide an additional £100,000 a year to increase paid staff hours in all of the existing community-run libraries to bring them up to 25 hours of direct paid staffing a week. And we want to allocate £5,200 per annum of funding to assist in covering the running costs of each of those community-run libraries. We want to ensure that all children are treated fairly in being able to access their allocated schools. And to this end, we want to remove the cut in school transport for families from Meltham so that they are treated the same as all other children in Kirklees. Whilst lawful, the rationale for the original proposal was lacking and the ability to deliver any savings has never ever been demonstrated, which is why it's always been pushed sideways. But this has brought a lot of upset to families and the risk to young people's education was clear to all. Substantial additional funding has been allocated to providing free transport in other parts of Kirklees, but we will add a further £100,000 in order to include Meltham within this provision. In addition to the climate change schemes announced in the main budget, we support our Green Party colleagues' proposal to restart the Warm Zone project for the hard-to-treat homes. And we'd like to provide £2 million of the funding earmarked and draw down over the next 5 years to facilitate this work, as well as seeking external match funding. We also support the Green Party proposals for a schools-based climate change and energy efficiency programme that will facilitate investor-save schemes. And we will provide £1 million of funding to be earmarked and drawn down over the next 4 years to facilitate this work, as well as seeking external match funding. We want Kirklees Neighbourhood Housing to use its resources to deliver new retirement living schemes across the borough. The market simply will not provide what we know as old people's flats, so to deliver them, social housing providers will have to step forward. The current retirement living scheme provision is outdated and there is a substantial and growing shortfall, as well as a desperate need to enable more people to downsize into affordable, smaller homes in every community across Kirklees. Retirement living schemes offer affordable, high-density homes that provide a safe and supportive environment and are not subject to the right to buy. Kirklees and Kirklees Neighbourhood Housing need to focus their efforts on delivering the homes that the market won't deliver, as well as delivering efficiencies in supporting older adults and in delivering cost-effective adult services. And I would invite all members of this council to support our budget amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Lyon.
It goes red. Seconded and reserve the right.
Thank you. Are there any comments on this? Right. Thank you. There is an amendment from the Green Group. Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to support the Green Group's amendment. The Green Group's budget amendment this year is focused on addressing the climate emergency that this council declared in January 2019. We have concentrated on the built environment where local councils have significant opportunities and influence to reduce emissions. Our proposal for a Green New Deal demonstrator programme is aimed at insulating hard-to-treat homes. Previously, the Green Party's successful proposal to make Kirklees Warm Zone free to all residents insulated 50,000 homes. The next homes we need to insulate are properties with cavities of variable widths, solid walls and attic rooms. We will seek funding from Leeds City Region Green Economy Panel and from energy utilities to help boost the number of properties we can assist. This is a real opportunity to show Kirklees as a front-running authority in tackling carbon emissions from existing homes. We are keen for a significant proportion of this funding to be targeted at homes in fuel poverty, as we strongly believe that we need to protect the most vulnerable from rising energy costs. Following the recommendations of the all-party passive group over 3 years ago, we are proposing that all new buildings on council land are constructed to the Passive House standard, resulting in at least a 75% reduction in emissions based on current building regulations. Quality assured building methods guarantee these high energy standards. If we agree this, we will join other authorities such as Norwich and Exeter, who are already champions of using the Passive House standard in their building projects. The funding we have indicated is based on an additional build cost of between 5 and 7%, though as this standard becomes the norm with developers, we expect to see these additional costs will come down significantly based on the experience of other more forward-thinking councils. There has been some excellent work done on improving insulation and heating of council-owned homes in Kirklees, but we want to go further in addressing the most difficult to heat properties, reducing energy bills and carbon emissions still further. We want K&H to aim for the NFIT standard, which is the Passive House standard for retrofitting homes. Greens strongly believe that those on the lowest income should benefit from the very highest energy efficiency standards. We understand that a new funding round to support place-based working will be focusing on supporting cycling and walking. This is very worthy, but a broader theme around addressing climate change more widely would give greater scope for community involvement and recognise the various opportunities to reduce carbon emissions in our diverse communities. So it could be tree planting, reducing the carbon emissions from community buildings, community waste reduction schemes, and of course cycling and walking too. More flexibility in our funding options will not just help focus spending, but also give more opportunities for community engagement in climate change projects. We need to demonstrate to young people that the Council is serious about reducing carbon emissions, and where is a more appropriate than Kirklees schools. This project will provide grants to schools to reduce their carbon emissions linked to educational packages. It is anticipated that projects could include the installation of solar panels, energy-saving measures, and tree planting in school grounds. We, the politicians, should care about their future in a demonstrably tangible way, which gives hope to the young people of Kirklees. The Green Party amendment to the Kirklees budget seeks to address some of the gaps in the current administration's response to the climate emergency and aims to make this council once again a leader in action to tackle the existential threat of climate change. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Second, and reserve the right to speak.
Any comments? Councillor Warner.
Right, oh no, I've got to wait again, haven't I? Tell me when you can hear me. Is it okay now? Right. Okay, so I've been a councillor 7 months. The first time I have felt inclined to want to speak at what, frankly, at times it feels a bit like a bear pit, with a lot of posturing going on and a lot of egos at work. And I worry greatly that there's a group in this chamber who feel a bit like they're stuck in the dark ages, because they clearly don't live in the ward that I live in. They don't live in the town that I live in, where amongst my fellow Labour councillors, we are regularly struggling with trying to give support for food banks, for all the other things that people have been listing earlier. Now, the Green Amendment, I am an environmentalist, I'm a geography teacher. I would want to say, yeah, I totally agree with everything on that. But what I also appreciate, and what I've learned through the 7 months of being in this a councillor, is that there's a lot of people working their butts off. There's a lot of people actually struggling to sleep at night, trying to work out how, with a limited budget, they can address all the needs, not least of which is social care. We know about the youth situation and the knife. Many of us are doing things locally in our ward, and I can't fault many of the things that the Greens are suggesting. But can you please can we work together a bit more to look at the fact that we've got a lot of really good initiatives that have already been laid out. Whether it's tree planting that you suggested a couple of years ago, we're obviously learning from you. We all know the recycling at the moment is not at this moment fit for purpose, but it was done at a time when the budgets were so tight, which the members on the right don't seem to accept, that they made a deal which clearly has not proved fit for purpose, and work is being done on that all the time. And my fellow councillor for the ward is not the only one. We've all had lots of complaints about it. But it is quite complicated, and it certainly won't be like this in the next year. And a lot of us are working with youths to do things that they're the future, I really hope, are going to lead the world, because I think there's nothing more important than climate change. Nothing, apart from ensuring our young people are safe and our old people are treated with respect and dignity. And so, much as I would like to support part of this, the passive housing is fantastic. And if we could have the 200 million that we've lost under the Tories, we could happily put our money in passive housing. But passive housing isn't just a simple question of building houses. People then have to be taught how to use them. And you can build 50 houses, ordinary houses, to one passive initially. So, I welcome these, and I hope that maybe in 2 or 3 years' time, when we have more money and more of the promises from our wonderful new Prime Minister, that we may be able to deliver some of these things. But in the meantime, I oppose the Green Amendment. Sorry.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's nice to hear several Labour members speaking positively about the Prime Minister. It's a welcome change. I'm tempted to be quite kind about this amendment, because I haven't spoken twice, Mr. Mayor. I've proposed the amendment once. I've proposed the amendments. But I haven't spoken on anybody's amendments. I've proposed our own amendment.
I think you've spoken twice, so you can't speak.
I haven't spoken twice.
No, this is the second time. All right, so carry on. It's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So,
can you carry on, please? Can everybody be quiet? Thank you.
I'll be brief. Anyway, so there's a lot to admire about the Green Amendment, if I'm honest. I recognise there's a clear theme within this amendment to follow environmental issues. The only issue I've got is it seems to avoid all other issues. People of Kirklees worry about a lot more things on a day-to-day basis. So where's the extra money that we need to tackle the woefully inadequate recycling facilities? Where's the extra funding for the bulky waste collections? What about roads maintenance, street signage? This amendment seems to accept that the current administration is doing enough in all these areas. What about single-use plastic ban? Recycling in schools. It mentions grants to schools who promote projects that align with the Green Party's ideas of what is required to tackle climate change, but no practical measures such as introducing recycling into a school environment, such as those we're trialling in my own ward. I don't believe the council taxpayers of Kirklees will want £500,000 of their money spent on a climate commission when their bins aren't emptied properly and when there are potholes everywhere. And they're unable to access recycling facilities due to the draconian rules that we discussed earlier. Equally, £4 million to build a passive house would seem difficult to justify. So I get what the amendment's trying to achieve, and I've got some sympathy with, clearly these are close to the hearts of Green colleagues. I just don't see, I see it as one-dimensional, and there are many other issues that Kirklees residents need to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you for that. No.
Second, I reserve the right.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. And I hear what you say about us being one-dimensional and focusing on only one issue and ignoring all others. That is slightly better, I guess, than not submitting an amendment at all, which is what your group did last year. So actually having an opinion about something must be better than not putting an amendment in at all. So you made a few comments about ignoring certain things. I think doing something properly, I think, is better than doing something half-arsed, I guess. And if you actually look at your amendment, you are saying that for £100,000, and you referenced it in your discussion on our amendment, you are going to improve bulky waste collections, improve tip conditions accessibility,
you're going to do fly tipping enforcement, recycling in schools, and you're going to do that for £100,000. Now, I know that paper is now made out of plastic. I didn't also realise it was made out of elastic, because you're stretching the money to the absolute limit there. The points that were made about Passive House, the people who know, and these are Labour councils, Norwich, Exeter, those councils who've actually been dealing with Passive House, who've been doing it with a consistent policy over time, have got those costs right down. They really have. We're not talking about doubling the price of housing. When we're actually doing it properly over a period of time, the costs are actually quite low. And if you think about the poor quality of existing housing, the fact there's a huge performance gap in terms of the energy performance that you get from a house built to current building regulations, it is absolutely crazy for us not to be building to Passive House standards with a good system of quality assurance. So the resistance that we have in this council to dealing with this is, I find, flabbergasting, in the face of evidence of councils who are going way, way ahead of us. So yes, what we're trying to do, and I think we're actually, if you look back, we're one of the most successful groups on this council in terms of getting our ideas across, and over the years getting our budgets passed. I would argue more successful than the Conservative group. And so I'm quite happy to say that we're putting a good, consistent idea here forward. We have been in the past people who've championed social care when it's been cut by other administrations. So we do different things at different times. This, at the moment, is the best way we think that we can contribute to the debate in Kirklees. We will happily deal with social care and other issues at other times than we have. So the Votes Amendment and the chocolate's still awake. They're still here. Unfortunately, you can't have them. But for those of you who aren't vegan, they're still here. So, not long to go now.
Thank you. Right, there is an amendment. There is an amendment from the Lib Dems, Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Matt. In writing to move the Liberal Democrat budget amendments, I'd just like to mention the short timescales this year between the release of the Labour budget plans and the Budget Council meeting has made producing a comprehensive amendment difficult, I feel, for all the parties but Labour. And if I were a cynical man, I might read something into that. But I'm not, so I don't. I'd hope that there would be more time to view these plans next year in the hope that we can produce more of the useful stuff that residents expect of us. I said last year that it was an extraordinary year in terms of economic uncertainty. Much of that uncertainty continues to stalk us. We have another year before we see any kind of Brexit deal and what that might look like. The nation's economy flatlined last quarter, as I said earlier. The pound is fluctuating and the government of the day is unpredictable. HS2 is going ahead and the Prime Minister is trying to heal the nation by building bridges. Unfortunately, they are literal ones, they are not cultural ones. All this affects what we can say safely is going to happen in terms of local government and renders all what we do here as fundamentally conditional. A couple of things we can say is that Mr Javid has demanded a further 5% cuts in all government departments. It'll be interesting to see where the knife touches the bone this time. And the fair funding review looks set to leave those authorities with a younger demographic, like our own, worse off as an emphasis on spending changes without money to backfill the vacuum that it leaves. Our slice of that loss looks to be around about the £6 million mark, give or take. Well, give or take the odd social workers' wages or something. At this point, I'd like to talk about council tax. Everybody else has, so I don't see why I shouldn't. We have not amended the council tax proposal because we believe that this council is in no position to either refuse part or all of the 2% of the added precept or the existing 2%, as this would leave an unsustainable hole in the budget in the coming years. Once that money has gone, it has gone. It does not come back. How many times do we have to hear that? What we do believe is that the government's duty to stop forcing the poorer people in this borough to pay a regressive tax that hits them hardest
when in adult social care there is a nationally recognised problem which needs government intervention. This year's precept looks to be a one-off at the moment, but that's how the last one started. And here we are, 8%, with an 8% loading. And here we are, 8% later. Colleagues will go into detail on some of the amendment items, but I'll pick up one or 2 points. The Liberal Democrat amendment is based on a few themes that we think the Council can be stronger on, with more focus and faster results. The items that have price tags are either funded through prudential borrowing or flexibility in the MRP. I see that everybody who's put in an amendment has made use of that one. The unpriced items are for scoping or to be managed within directories' budgets. We have outlined how we can rethink the future of place-based working and follow the LGA peer review's recommendation about the Democracy Commission. Retasking the Commission with revitalising democracy in the borough gives us a chance to look past the numbers registered to vote and look at how we can use the functions of the old area committees that was to re-engage people in decisions that directly affect them and make those decisions accountable and transparent. One of the arguments against that old area committee system was that it was another layer of bureaucracy. I'd advise the people making that argument to look closely at what is actually happening at the moment. 2 years after starting, and not a penny of that budget is spent. I'm pretty sure that most residents haven't heard of place-based working, and there's a few councillors here that probably have a slippery grasp on what it is as well. The Citizens' Green Assemblies that Liberal Democrats have championed for some time now follow that same theme of engagement and doing with, not to, like what it says we do in our literature. So let's give that some teeth. Our planning meetings, while not always perfect, give people their chance to engage meaningfully with the authority and its decision-making process. Let's have some of that in the wider council processes. Let's have the treating people like grown-ups and listening to people like grown-ups too. There are environmental measures that should be taken as quickly as possible. As a council with a finite budget and other immediate pressures, it's easy to talk ourselves to a standstill and not take those first steps. This amendment says we can unblock that logjam if we are willing to do some of the simple stuff that's in front of us. If we want people to walk, make our pavements safe, make them attractive. Let's encourage that move to electric vehicles that people are finding quite tough at the moment. They're doing it elsewhere, let's do it here. Prepare now for the next waste contract and make our waste services as good as possible as they can possibly be now, so that we can, when we go to the market, we've got a higher benchmark. We are not starting from that low level and basically getting given what we're given. None of this is rocket science. All of it is possible, but only if we decide it is. In last year's amendment, the Liberal Democrats put forward an item on homelessness and white goods for those returning to housing without the basics. The Greens had picked up on this issue too, and it was taken on as a piece of work through the year with quite a bit of success. I'd hope that our amendment this year is seen as taking to adding value to council in the same way. And in fact, looking through the amendments, there are overlaps in several areas, and we will be supporting the Green amendment as there's much in common with our own thinking there. Thank you. The amendment outlines our priorities as a group and the sort of council we want to be. We don't need chocolates, thank you.
Councillor Marchington.
Can that reserve the right, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a good look at this amendment and I actually find there's a number of commendable ideas within it. I've noticed a proposal for the Citizens' Green Assemblies. And climate change is an issue for which there is growing support across Kirklees and agreed across the country. Residents are keen to support local initiatives, so asking for their ideas could help multiply the effect of any centrally backed policies. The extra funding suggested in the amendment for road repairs to bring our roads up to standard should be given some consideration, but I would go further. Increased investment to deal with our traffic black spots is essential, as idling traffic not only causes delays and daily misery to motorists, but generates significant localised pollution, damaging air quality and impacting the health of those who live and work near these air quality black spots. The amendment draws attention to some issues relating to waste management, but I'd like to go as far as saying that waste management in Kirklees is a disgrace. 10 years ago, I worked in the waste industry and was involved in projects in Sheffield and Manchester. I recently visited the Kirklees recycling facility and can report that 10 years ago, the recycling infrastructure in Sheffield and Manchester was far more advanced than the Kirklees infrastructure is today. I agree with the suggestion in the amendment that we must find ways to increase types of waste we can recycle, not just glass but all types of plastic too. This can be done with technology and investment. The technology does exist, and Kirklees should ensure investment is made to make sure that we use it here too. I support the free collection of bulky waste. Charging for this service is a false economy due to the resulting costs of increased fly tipping. But we must go further. All our neighbouring local authorities accept at least a couple of bags of rubble. Yet disposal is only possible in Kirklees in 20 kilogram bags at a charge of £5 each. I ask members to consider how much of this waste ends up fly tipped or in the general waste bin, where it ultimately negatively impacts the performance of the Kirklees Energy from Waste facility. The support for electric vehicles in the amendment should be commended, but free parking zones and temporary free vehicle charges, although welcome, are just token gestures and unlikely to make a significant impact. Only when electric vehicle charging points are common, visible and accessible will residents not fear running out of power away from their homes. This needs to be part of a national effort, but Kirklees is sadly lagging behind many other areas in implementing charging points and intelligent policies to ensure more charging facilities are installed but must be developed. Although there are a number of points in this amendment I support, I don't think the allocation of funds against each priority makes best use of funds, so I'll be unable to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Tory amendment? No, I'm not speaking on Tory amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to say I'm very disappointed in you, Councillor Cooper. Only 30 chocolates. You know that those wouldn't make their way past Graham, never mind round the whole Labour group. And I feel that speaks for a real lack of ambition about what you have for passing your amendment. Go on. Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Cooper. I'd just like to make a point about the Tory amendment, the doubling the efficiencies. I have a question, really, because the page and a half doesn't tell us.
Talk about Tory amendment.
You can speak on any of the amendments, I believe. I think that's what we've agreed. Yes. On the page and a half,
Simpson, carry on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The page and a half doesn't tell us where the axe will fall. It's £3 million that needs to be found there. So, when we're talking about supporting our vital services, I think you should be a bit clearer about where you want to find £3 million in them. Is it going to be social care? Is it going to be waste services that you say that you want to put more money into? Is it going to be children's services? Because do members seriously think that Mel sits there looking at hundreds of thousand pounds of inefficiency in the children's services and thinks, shall I deal with that and reinvest it in our improvement journey? No, I'll wait until a Tory amendment comes to the annual budget. I'll save it until then. Of course she doesn't, and I think you know that. As members have alluded to, I believe it's just there because you know you're not going to have to do it, and it gives you the opportunity to make up the numbers for a weak rhetorical council tax bribe before the May elections. Some Conservative members have feigned towards the unfair burden of council tax. And you're right, council tax is completely unfair. The real injustice is that someone living in a £40 million property in Westminster will be paying less council tax than most of our residents, less council tax than someone living in a 2-bedroom terrace in Hartlepool. So, given that you care so strongly about it, I really look forward to seeing the Conservative group's representations to their government, who can now, of course, do whatever they want. Labour MPs are almost an endangered species, so you can do whatever you want for the next 5 years. So I really look forward to seeing the reforms to council tax and replacing it with a progressive land value tax that will actually take the burden off our residents so that we can continue to invest in our services without having to hike up council tax.
Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to point out and look at a few of the important themes that are across our amendment. Themes and areas of improvement which I believe will strengthen and improve what we already have. Strengthening communities, improving waste management, fly tipping, single-use plastics. Yes, we have issues around bin collections and everything else. We engage actively, my ward colleagues, Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Smith, with officers and with the director involved, and we make progress, and that's how we can do things. We can complain and say there's issues and just blame everybody, but unless we work together and work with the people who do a great deal to try and make the difference, then it won't happen. Road improvements, footway improvements is all very good, but we again have to engage. I don't feel as an elected member that we're engaged with in our ward in Lindley from a point of view of knowing what roads will be resurfaced, being able to feed into that, knowing our local areas, that seems to have stopped. So I agree with Councillor Greaves when he mentioned that earlier. Air quality, electrical vehicles, charging points, all very important. So I would disagree with some of the comments that were made earlier. So I look forward to seeing charging points in the Lindley ward, so that can help our residents and we can do our bit for climate change and for emissions and against those who are climate change deniers opposite. Also investing in youth services, and a lot of good work takes place in youth services, and I agree with Councillor Kendrick when she highlighted all of the areas that have seen massive improvements over the years and the work that's taken place by the Cabinet member and officers to improve services for young people. One final area which I've highlighted is air quality, so I'd just like to speak finally on air quality before I finish, and about what we need to do and how we can improve that and how we seek to do that as a group. So exposure to air quality can harm normal growth of lung function in the womb during childhood and right up to the late teens. Children at risk from long-term lung damage, both at school and as they travel to school. Over 2,000 schools and nurseries across England and Wales are located in areas with illegal levels of pollution, and we in our area, in our ward in Lindley, have been trying to do that. We need to be committed to bold action to improve air quality around schools. So I'd like to see us publish air quality data from every primary and secondary school. We heard earlier that there was going to be air quality monitoring devices outside our schools, but as far as I'm aware, there's only going to be 2. So we're going to see a long time and delays before we can get the information and data which will provide sufficient information about harm to our young people. We know children are especially vulnerable to the damaging effects of air pollution, so we need to be determined to be at the forefront of the fight against that. More action is needed to tackle air pollution in Kirklees, and that is why we need to commit to rolling out the programme of school streets to make the school gate a healthier, safer place for all. Again, in my ward in Lindley, with colleagues, we've been working hard to try and achieve that. But we've come up against opposition in trying to get local roads around our schools closed, around the school drop-off time and pick-up time. So I'd like to see an ambition that we can do that and see officers put the time into positive solutions instead of finding ways as to why we can't do the things that will make our streets safer and healthier for our children. We need to empower local schools to take the necessary steps to reduce the health risks for their pupils and to engage and motivate local community into taking action that will improve air quality at the school gates. So I'd like to see more engagement from officers, and I know a great deal takes place because, again, I and colleagues work with officers in air quality and we have regular meetings and we know they're doing a lot, but I think there are not enough staff to help do that. So I think with the climate emergency and everything else that we face, we need to see more resources into that and more officers being able to take on the role and help all of the schools, all of the wards in our area. Thank you.
Councillor Eastwood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to concentrate on a couple of things in our amendment. First is to do with fly tipping. Obviously, every ward's affected by fly tipping. Since the introduction of the charges, there's been an increase in fly tipping across all areas. So it would be fair to say that the council shot themselves in the foot by introducing these charges. And when you speak to people and you on the doorsteps, they want free collection service. So what we're proposing, I think, would go down very well indeed. The other thing is, going back on the point of electric vehicles, I'm no expert on air quality and things like that, so I listen to those that are, and the guys in the air quality team are very passionate, and the one of the things that they're very passionate about is the installation of these electric points. So I think anything where we can get more of those is well worth doing. So that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Munro.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say raise a few points and say a few words. In relation to Councillor Hussain, you spoke earlier. The Lib Dems have regressed when it comes to care. Well, I think all you need to do is read through our budget amendment to know and understand how deeply we really do care, as climate change is the biggest threat to the future of mankind. Surely the fact that we are trying to address some of the issues here shows how much we really care. And to you, Councillor McGinn, in relation to sharing our ideas on bulky waste, well, we just did a bit of creative thinking. That's sometimes difficult to share. And to you, Councillor Goodwin, free parking for electric vehicles being simply a gesture. This is not a gesture, but a way of encouraging people or encouraging the take-up of electric vehicles to help reduce our carbon footprint. And finally, I'd just like to say a few words on air quality around schools. Some schools have already been trying to tackle the problem of poor air quality in their immediate areas. Some schools have tried to seek car-free zones, but the response from this council, I have unfortunately to tell you, has been lacklustre, too slow, and there's been little support. I understand it is clear from some of the comments received by schools from parents that for some, the concept of walking their children to school is not an activity that is high on their agenda. This is, to an extent, understandable, as all parents will be leading very busy lives. Yet what is at stake here is the health of all our children and vulnerable adults. So it is imperative that any scheme addresses and accommodates parents and their work. While the Council promotes Mode Shift Stars, a National Schools Award scheme established to recognise schools that have demonstrated excellence in supporting cycling and walking and other forms of sustainable travel, this is not enough if parents and families are not on board, and schools should not be expected to be doing this alone. It is now paramount that this Council therefore acts quickly and responds to the motion to improve air quality around schools, seeks out practical solutions and ways of encouraging and educating parents, and implements these schemes. This must be progressed as a priority. The benefits are enormous. And in relation to the chocolates, I thought you'd been giving us green and blacks.
Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to emphasise the points that have been made already, but I'll start with climate change because I spent 6-8 months on the Climate Emergency Working Group, and to be perfect, I enjoyed what we did at the time because I think it was very challenging. We covered a lot of ground, and we learnt quite a lot about what was actually going on. The end result at the debate in December was a bit disappointing because I don't think it picked up all the things that we needed to do. And the reason we've got some of the things in this budget amendment here is because I don't think are convinced that what's in the Labour Group's budget will necessarily happen. And I think one of the ways you could look at this amendment is as a prod to say, come on, we need to make sure
that we have money in the budget for the things that we've used as examples here. Electric vehicles, they are going to become increasingly important. I mean, after all, the government said only a few weeks ago that they were going to stop the production of fossil fuel vehicles and even hybrids. So we are going to have a lot more charging points around the place. We've got some of the more interesting things that came up in the Climate Emergency Working Group related to air quality, to trees, and again to electric vehicles. A lot has been talked about trees. I know there's nothing in our amendment about that, but are trees a universal panacea? Well, only if they're managed properly, in my opinion. But they are an extremely useful addition to saving the planet, obviously. But it's got to be done properly, and so on. Highways. It won't have escaped the notice of most councillors that our roads are not in the best state, and some of our pavements aren't either. I mean, just yesterday I had a phone call from a local resident saying that a large hole had opened up in one of his pavements. So we are getting this sort of thing, and we need to spend a bit of money in order to get it sorted. And can I finally mention something that looks a bit parochial, and that is the skateboard park. But I know that when it existed, it created a huge contribution to young people doing something other than mucking around. Well, yes, they were mucking around.
30 seconds.
But it was with a purpose. So I make no apology for that. I think it's a good thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I think I'd like to thank you all for your contribution today.
No, you pressed it by mistake. Oh, right.
Do you want to speak? Well, go on then.
Thank you for that reluctant acceptance, Mr. Mayor. Just the skate park, which is an issue that affects all three wards across the Spen Valley, and we are all concerned about it. It's just, I just want to comment on the part in the Liberal Democrats budget amendment statement asking the council to reintroduce an element of the swimming pool reduced budget. There is no reduced budget. I have checked this with the 151 officer, and he said if he'd seen it, then he would have corrected you at that point. So there isn't that money there available.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We shall now move to the vote using your consoles. Please vote upon the Conservative amendment.
This is flashing.
Yeah, you can vote now. calm down, everybody.
Okay, members, you'll be pleased to know that we're having some technical glitches. Yeah. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to take this vote manually. Okay? Just to be 100% certain. So, Julie, have you got the list? And can, as she calls your name out, can you tell us which way you're voting?
Can we have some hush, please? Can we have some hush? I'm going to go through. The list here is in alphabetical order with your surnames, okay? I'm going to call out your name, and I want you to say whether you're voting for, against, or you're abstaining in relation to the Conservative amendment, please, okay? So, first person is Masood Ahmed. Against, okay? Karen Allison. Bill Armour.
Oh, yes, for it.
Gulfam Asif.
Against.
Donna Bellamy. Cahal Burke.
Against.
Afak Butt. Sorry. Against. Okay. Andrew Cooper.
Against.
Nosheen Dad.
Against.
Paola Davies.
Against.
Paul Davies.
Against.
Richard Eastwood.
Against.
Donald Firth.
For.
Eric Firth.
Against.
Charlotte Goodwin.
For.
Michelle Granger Mead.
For.
Charles Greaves.
Against.
David Hall.
For.
Steve Hall.
Against.
Lisa Holmes. Erin Hill. James Homewood. Mayor.
My vote.
Yes? Yusra Hussain. Christine Iredale. Manisha Kaushik. Viv Kendrick. Musrat Khan. John Lawson. Vivian Lees Hamilton. Susan Lee Richards. Vizilla Lunat. Gwen Lowe. Alex Lukic. Terry Lyons. Andrew Marchington. Nahid Mather. Peter McBride. Bernard McGuinn. Alison Munro. Richard Murgatroyd. Darren O'Donovan. Shabir Pandor. Nigel Patrick. Carol Patterson. Musrat Pervez. Amanda Pinnock. Andrew Pinnock. Kath Pinnock. Mohammed Sawa. Kathy Scott. Will Simpson. Elizabeth Smage. Anthony Smith. Richard Smith. Mohan Sokol. Kath Taylor. Mark Thompson. Graham Turner. Shay Culler. Harpreet. Uller, yeah. Rob Walker. Leslie Warner. Michael Watson. Paul White. Habiban Zaman. Okay, thank you. That amendment is lost.
This amendment is not carried. Using your consoles, please vote upon the...
No. Cancel. Okay, members, you've got to do this a number of times. I apologise profusely. Okay, so we are now going to vote on the independent amendment.
Okay, so we're going to go through the same again. I will read out your name and I want you to say whether you are for, against, or you're abstaining. This is for the independent amendment, okay? Masood Ahmed. Karen Allison. Bill Armour. Gulfar Massif. Donna Bellamy. Carl Berg. Afak Butt. Andrew Cooper. Nosheen Dad. Paula Davies. Paul Davies. Richard Eastwood. Donald Firth. Eric Firth. Charlotte Goodwin. Michelle Granger Mead. Charles Greaves. David Hall. Steve Hall. Lisa Holmes. Erin Hill. James Homewood. The Mayor. Yusra Hussain. Christine Iredale. Manisha Kaushik. Viv Kendrick. Musrat Khan. John Lawson. Vivian Lees Hamilton. Susan Lee Richards. Fazila Lunat. Gwen Lowe. Alex Lukic. Terry Lyons. Andrew Marchington. Naheed Mather. Peter McBride. Bernard McGuinn. Alison Monroe. Richard Murgatroyd. Darren O'Donovan. Shabir Pandor. Nigel Patrick. Carol Patterson. Musrat Pervez. Amanda Pinnock. Andrew Pinnock. Kath Pinnock. Okay. Mohammed Sarwar. Kathy Scott. Will Simpson. Elizabeth Mage. Anthony Smith. Richard Smith. Mohan Sokol. Kath Taylor. Mark Thompson. Graham Turner. Shay Culler. Harpreet Uppal. Rob Walker. Leslie Warner. Michael Watson. Paul White. Habiban Zaman. Okay. So I think that is not carried. Do you want to announce
This
that?
amendment is not carried. Next.
Okay, members, we're now moving on to who'd have known how long it would take to go through 69 names, hey? Okay, so the next amendment is the Green Amendment.
Okay. So once again, Miss. I think you need to sort out the chocolates afterwards, I think. Okay. All right. So Masood Ahmed, Karen Allison, Bill Armour, Gulfar Massif.
I'm really tempted, but no.
Donna Bellamy. Carl Burke. Afak Butt. Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought I'd done it right the second time. So you're against, okay. Andrew Cooper. Okay. Nosheen Dad. Paula Davies. Paul Davies. Richard Eastwood. Donald Firth. Eric Firth. Charlotte Goodwin. Michelle Granger Mead. Charles Greaves. David Hall. Steve Hall. Lisa Holmes. Erin Hill. James Homewood. The Mayor. Yusra Hussain. Christine Iredale. Manisha Kaushik. Viv Kendrick. Musrat Khan. John Lawson. Vivian Lees Hamilton. Susan Lee Richards. Fazila Lunat. Gwen Lowe. Alex Lukic. Terry Lyons. Andrew Marchington. Naheed Mather. Peter McBride. Bernard McGuinn. Alison Munro, Richard Murgatroyd, Darren O'Donovan, Shabir Pandor, Nigel Patrick,
Against.
Carol Patterson, Musrat Pervez, Amanda Pinnock, Andrew Pinnock, Kath Pinnock, Mohammed Sarwar, Kathy Scott, Will Simpson, Elizabeth Smage, Anthony Smith, Richard Smith, Mohan Sokol, Kath Taylor, Mark Thompson, Graham Turner,
Yes.
Sheikh Ullah, Harpreet Uppal, Rob Walker, Leslie Warner, Michael Watson, Paul White, Habiban Zaman. Okay, I think that is another.
This amendment
It's not passed.
is not carried.
Okay, so for the older members in the room, they will remember this is how we've always used to do it. So how exciting for the newer members in the room. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing again for the Lib Dem amendment.
Okay, so once again, okay? Masood Ahmed, Karen Allison, Bill Armour, Gulfa Masif, Donna Bellamy, Carl Burke, Arfak Butt, Andrew Cooper, Nasheen Dad, Paula Davies, Paul Davies, Richard Eastwood, Donald Firth, Eric Firth, Charlotte Goodwin, Michelle Granger Mead, Charles Greaves, David Hall, Steve Hall, Lisa Holmes, Erin Hill, James Homewood, the Mayor, Yusra Hussain, Christine Iredale, Manisha Kaushik, Viv Kendrick, Musrat Khan, John Lawson, Vivian Lees Hamilton, Sue Lee Richards, Fazila Lunat, Gwen Lowe, Alex Lukic, Terry Lyons, Andrew Marchington, Naheed Mather, Peter McBride, Bernard McGuinn, Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's continue. Alison Munro.
Calm down, please.
Richard Murgatroyd. You got the Alison Munro, didn't you? Okay. Darren O'Donovan. Shabir Pandor. Nigel Patrick.
Against.
Carol Patterson. Musrat Pervez, Amanda Pinnock, Andrew Pinnock, Kath Pinnock, Mohammed Sarwar, Kathy Scott, Will Simpson, Elizabeth Smage, Anthony Smith, Richard Smith, Mohan Sokol, Kath Taylor, Mark Thompson, Graham Turner, Sheikh Ullah, Harpreet Uppal, Rob Walker, Leslie Warner, Michael Watson, Paul White, Habiban Zaman. Okay. So again, it's not carried.
This amendment is not carried. So we go to the Labour amendment. Shabir, Councillor Pondo?
No, he doesn't. Does he? See? I don't think he...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a short reflection, Mr. Mayor. There is a magic tree. It's not on. There is a magic tree. The magic tree is with the Tory group. So what they are saying, we need to spend more, reduce tax, and put services. I don't want to make any other point. The other point I want to make very quickly, Councillor Cooper referred to the mass transit scheme, the Bradford Airport. I think you should talk to his comrades in York, the deputy leader, Andrew Agon. He was there at the meeting, and he wanted with the combined authority.
So I don't know what's going on there. And finally,
that the leadership needs to come from national level. There's a campaigning issue here. No matter what we do, and no matter how much money we put behind the climate emergency, we will not have the impact that we need to make. The Councillor Watson's point was valid, that the campaigning issue that we take on board, and I think that we start thinking about how we develop campaigning arms well in the council, take the agenda so forward nationally, and hopefully we'll do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pando. Right, so now we're back to the original Labour motion, so that's what we're voting on now. Thank you.
Okay, so we are voting on the Labour motion now. Okay, right, go through the names again. Masood Ahmed, Karen Allison, Bill Armour, Gulfam Asif, Donna Bellamy, Carl Burke, Afaq Butt, Andrew Cooper, Nasheen Dad, Paola Davies, Paul Davies, Richard Eastwood, Donald Firth, Eric Firth, Charlotte Goodwin, Michelle Granger Mead, Charles Greaves, David Hall, Steve Hall, Lisa Holmes, Erin Hill, James Homewood, the Mayor, Yusra Hussain, Christine Idale, Manisha Kaushik, Viv Kendrick, Musrat Khan, John Lawson, Vivian Lees Hamilton, Susan Lee Richards, Fazila Lunat, Gwen Lowe, Alex Lukic, Terry Lyons, Andrew Marchington, Naheed Mather, Peter McBride, Bernard McGuinn, Alice, very good, thank you. Concentrating. Alison Monroe, Richard Murgatroyd, Darren O'Donovan, Shabir Pandor, Nigel Patrick, Carol Patterson, Musrat Pervez, Amanda Pinnock, Andrew Pinnock, Kath Pinnock, Mohammed Sawa, Kathy Scott, Will Simpson, Elizabeth Smage, Anthony Smith, Richard Smith, Mohan Sokol, Kath Taylor, Mark Thompson, Graham Turner, Shay Kuller, Harpreet Upal, Rob Walker, Leslie Warner, Michael Watson, Paul White, Habiban Zaman. Okay. Pardon? So we'll add, I think it's 4, but we'll want to announce the numbers. Yeah, it's 4, yeah.
Yeah, this amendment is carried. Thank you. So So before you all go, please don't forget about my charity event. I want you there. You might be thinking that I voted against you, some of you guys, but I want you there. Thank you. Meeting closed.
All right.